So Tiffany was set up by Evil Anarchy and Evil Anunnaki over there in Portland for child abuse and a whole bunch of other stuff, and we proved it 1,000 times. She is the UE member who they gave optical illusions through her eyes. Guys did it illegally to wear sweater body skins for whatever they said. We could come up here and control our players, but I was never in here, and I didn't have somebody to be accountable to, and I didn't even really know what that meant. All I was hoping for was to be able to either see my friend again or get disconnected. And by my friend, I'm talking about the people that were on the Harley and or the other guy that was there that day with my friend, where we took my friend's car back to, or her friend's car back to his parents' house when he was in jail across from McDonald's. Yeah, because in their brain stems, they're the ones that said they don't want to be with or friends with the girl who did needles, and that's why I crossed the bridge, was to get off drugs 2 years ago in February. While they sat here and did their investigations for a second year through my brain stems, through my power source, making me sit here with nothing, setting me up since the summer before with the evil devil boy voice, is the opposite of everything I said earlier. Because I'm the one who was saying that none of my homeboys hurt their kids at all, or my kids at all, named Soraya, because I wasn't in here. Even though I was really worried about it, and I stole my mom's car. And I went over there, and I told Sal that the voices in my head told me something bad happened, M-wordy, in my daughter's dream book. And he basically punched me in the face in his thought process, and he's like, stop listening to the fucking voices, you're crazy. And it was on my poetry book where it was said 600 setups with M cases with S and ape on it. M and R cases with S and ape on it was mole cases with S, and R cases with ape, because they had put me on a chain that had rapists on it and someone who may or may not have had molestation charges on him. And it wasn't even my chain that he was on, it was on Anthony Ciaz's chain, who was one of the bodies that they put on me. One of 3 that I could not see, and I had no idea what it was that they put on me necessarily, because they didn't tell me what they were doing. They were like, just look up here. Wait a second, we're giving you something really quick, optical illusions. And then I feel like 3 sweaters fall over my body, fall over my body, fall over my body. And then I lay down, let them scan them in or whatever, and it was supposed to get me up there. And the UE talked to me about my story or whatever, and she's like, it's a backwards ass love story, poor thing. She's like, well, let's see if we can get you up here to fix this. And so she gave me optical illusions to get me up there. And whether she did or didn't get me up there, or if she put the CPS helmet on me, I'm not sure. So let's just hope I was a CIA agent that whole time, and we're waiting for Endgame to come back around, that we got disconnected because I saw the stars. Because they didn't know way over there that Tiffany didn't know what was going on, or that she was being set up for that. They thought she was supporting them, doing illegal porn, whatever they're saying, looking to people's eyes illegally, when they weren't. She wasn't. She was the one that moved across the bridge to get away from it, because Bootstrap said that. Get out of here as soon as you can. You're paid up on your rent because of COVID payments or whatever by the first of the year. And I left. I left the whole life behind and everything else. I've said it a million times. And I wanted to get away from the guy who threatened my life and said that I better let people look through my eyes, or else they're going to hurt my son in jail. And I did write it down a little bit, but I also said on the paper, only if we agree in person on the ground, which we definitely did not do, because I never saw the other guy. And the first one is the one that I talked to about it on the side of the bed, named AK. And he got tears in his eyes, saying he would never let somebody record me or watch me without my permission doing anything, including a shower scene. Even though my brother side jabbed me, called me a slut bunny or whatever, and a nose picker. And I also heard Anthony Ciaz apologize to Nick about whatever we're not saying, because something did happen in the alternate universe where it wasn't me, it was someone else. And that's a Showtime moment, and so was Arizona, with the whole camera in the shower thing or whatever, where they forced me to do it at gunpoint as a whatever you want to call it, backstab, because the first shower scene they made was not good enough. And those are the same kind of people that make you scared to death to move or go anywhere, because they're going to hurt you, and you can't figure out why, because there's nobody around you that would hurt you, but you're so scared that you grab your mom and you tell her to get your gun and sit in the fucking bathroom, because this evil drone is going to kill you somehow. And you're not sure if it's trying to kill you on the ground or if it's killing your person up here, because you guys are not even connected mentally. Right, so everybody I'm talking to on the front side of my brain is not on my chain, at all. They're just people that are helping me. Everybody who is on my chain is over there somewhere on the other side on a totally different timeline doing way different shit. Because it's a setup and progress game where they put these charges on somebody like a girl or whatever to hold them for them while they figure out which ones are the real ones. I'm getting sick and tired of waiting for these motherfuckers to come down here and say they're sorry or at least give me my account code or whatever it is I need to log in so I can get money on my green dot. And for now it's just $3,000. And I didn't do that either because I'm not a rat tail. Tiffany Browning, they told Tiffany Browning and the UE up here at the round table that she was exonerated from every single charge in here and any child abuse especially because she's never been in trouble and she was put on a chain illegally. But they didn't know that they had killed her in the game or that they were even playing against her or nothing. And when they kept coming down here saying that they've got the 30 grand in a box up here and they were supposed to put it on her mom's checking account, they would come partway down and then disappear. The people 2 years ago that talked to Tiffany in her head and said, we have an envelope for you with keys and explanations on what to do, and we understand that you're not married, but hopefully you and your partner, whoever it wasn't, can meet us at the bank and sign a certificate of compliance that you guys are agreeing to whatever this is, to split whatever this is as a person who's not married or responsible to each other at all. But I didn't cross the bridge, so it didn't happen for me, but it did happen for somebody else. Named Ashley Service or whoever it wasn't, Sarah Jessica Parker or somebody else. With somebody else in here. Which back then it was trades for goods and services pretty much, and we're pretty sure the money didn't go to the ground at all. Even though they said they stole my identity online and made a copy of my ID for somebody named Sarah, but it wasn't Sarah Wellington or whoever that wasn't, bobbly haired girl. It was a different Sarah that had done heroin in the past. What? Tiffany didn't hurt anyone. She's a UE member. Oh my god, hold on. Then we have the wrong person. You guys can't be blaming a girl necessarily. This is Tiffany right here on the ground. I'm the UE member who did not hurt her kids or nothing. The millionaire? Yeah. See, they're still fighting for the wrong person. They're fighting for Mandy or somebody else over there that didn't do this either. None of the girls did this either. They said Mandy's team or whatever was fighting against Tiffany for whatever reason. But it's not Tiffany in here doing nothing at all. And they're evil up there. They're the ones that switched the power source at the last minute because we did have people on our team from knowing. Anyways, Mandy's not a UE member. Tiffany is. She's connected backwards, scanned in, wearing bodies, and they copied her situation up here. They never told Tiffany whose body necessarily they put on her, but hers might have been one or Katrina's or somebody different. And she's the one that got the UPS helmet, the CIA, the UE helmet on, Customer Protective Service helmet on from the UE up to here to put on the player that was up here to protect her kids because whoever was on AK's chain had child abuse charges on them. It's the same one that Amanda Burgess carried, and it's the same one that Mikey Price had to carry probably too, if that's even what he was talking about. Because I never got to talk to him about it. And there was a rapist named Bono, who was AK's great-grandfather in here that was telling Tiffany, basically, I'm going to kill you, bitch, and all this shit. Talking about he's telling Tiffany that as soon as he gets $15,000 in the bank, he's going to double it or whatever. right? Well, he's using her power source and using everything else, and he is too one of the people who threatened Tiffany's life to not say she owns a syndicate. I mean, a S corporation, when they were literally using our power source and our amenities over there to do whatever they were doing illegally and hurting people. Well, it's the same guy who said he basically damn near raped somebody in his brain stems because he got too high and he couldn't get off because he was like 72 years old or something. So no girl did any of this stuff against people in here. I don't really know what everybody else did. All I know is that it's a scapegoat situation. Like it looks like me at the bottom of this, right? Because I am down here, but I'm not telling anybody what to do. And I'm not telepathically connected to anybody in here. And these are different people sitting in my body talking to you and relating to you because Tiffany can't hear what you're asking unless you say it out of her mouth. I'm Soraya and Elijah's mom, and the Empress Division is the one that I made for me to give to Soraya when she turns 18. Whether it is or isn't a Lambo with a trust fund with stocks and bonds is beyond me, but it does say I'm supposed to be a millionaire with my AEIONU situation up here. Nothing, they just want to be millionaires in here. Hello, my name is Tiffany. Will you please give me Twan's phone number? Beep, 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 beep. Hello? Is this Twizzle? They're still using Tiffany's UE benefits over there, and that's why they keep saying it. Because the helmets that they're using for all the magical sex or whatever they're talking about is hurting a kid on the other side. Because they use bodies illegally of moms that were connected to them with CPS helmets on it, like mine, up here. Because I'm a mom. And Anthony Ciaz had somebody with child abuse charges on their case that was on Anthony Ciaz's chain. So when I accidentally pulled his thing over here, anyways, yeah, that's why it's saying that all over the internet. They need to take it out of the computer system all over again because no woman did this to her kids and no guy is doing it to their kids now. It's just ridiculous that they keep saying it. And I'm pretty sure the guy who did this originally or had this ring floating around, who did have the child abuse cases on him, is already arrested in jail. Yeah, so the back window or the back red devil boy voice situation was in fact a repercussion of a combination of things. And it was one, somebody on somebody's chain called Titanic guy had charges on him or on his chain of MOLESTATION, meaning mole cases or M cases with est on it, mole est. And the other one had R cases with ape on it. So in my Facebook, when I said setups in progress, don't trust the process, that's why. Because they put me on a chain that had R worders and M worders on it. And it wasn't even my chain directly, it was the chain of AK because I carried his body in here. And everybody up there in Pervert Town just looked past it or whatever for whatever they were doing in Pervert Town. But they weren't really thinking about how hard they hurt Tiffany in the past or in the future, not only by giving her the bodies illegally, but not by checking on her and making sure they were not going to hurt her in real life. Right. Sure as hell aren't helping me at all. Just letting me sit here with no car, no money. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's still saying bad stuff, and it is saying Tiffany's name or someone else's. They need to stop saying females' fucking names. Because no female is responsible for any of this bad shit. It was all a guy in the past, and it's still guys now using these bodies, and girls too, not listening to what we're saying. Because it was from a zippered court case, and this person came down here, wherever they were, pulled it out, and it looks like Camellia, or whoever it wasn't, pulled it out and started sending it to everybody about somebody named Tiffany or whoever else that they thought got away with it in here. But it was never their fucking fault that these boys were using our bodies illegally when we were CPS workers in here on the other side, not realizing that it was going through to these kids' heads or whatever it was, the computer system, to be alerted that something was happening to them. That's just it. Tiffany's kids were brought in here from pictures back then because we gave her the ISTEM codes that can scan pictures and stuff. And we're talking little baby so slap with Lucinda fist at 3 months old. Pick up the baby, Tiffany, pick up the baby. Evil bitch. Can't even tell you how evil that one was. She was evil as fuck. She liked hurting kids. Like, she liked it. It was just, she was just demonic, dude. Demonic. This lady was, Tiffany couldn't see the baby, and she's like telling Tiffany she put the baby on this wire above this basically hell where it's really, really hot, and she put the baby down there, and she let the baby know that mommy's going to pick you up, and she puts it right there in front of me, and she's like, pick up the baby, Tiffany, so the baby can see you not picking her up. And she just let her fall in the fire, and then the baby's brain stems or the baby's spirit pops out, thinks that mommy didn't grab her in time. And so much traumatizing stuff you can't even imagine, dude. It was so fucked up because I can't see the ground. And I don't even know if she didn't know if I could see the ground or not, but they did bad stuff to my kids in here. Evil, evil woman. She would go around, fly around as evil Lucinda, and she would slap these kids and leave the mom standing there like she did it or whatever it was that she did. And you could go back with a Yui helmet and hear the mom like, what the fuck? I did not just do that, or whatever it was. And it was just so fucked up, man, because they were doing it against Yui members over here. And most of that was a repercussion of the back window thing or the Red Devil Boy voice too. And the UE on the other side had no idea that they were tormenting Tiffany that whole time. And they promised Tiffany when she was sitting in that car, they said, I'm going to kill your kids for every year they're born or whatever. And that means something in here to us. But Tiffany didn't even understand what that meant. She was just thinking about all the times her kids got brought in here on pictures, but mostly little Soraya because she was so fucking cute. And she came here so many times, and a bunch of people adopted the baby one, the 3-month-old one or whatever. And she kept getting swiped out to China and different places, and a 2-year-old and stuff because Anunnaki was in there, which is basically just a blank soul kind of, or a baby version of the UE member that was paying attention. And I know it doesn't really make sense, but that's the truth, and it's just crazy. Because when the kids came in here like that, that's why Tiffany was saying court case 19, because when the kids came in here like that, and Anunnaki or whatever could read their mind, and they had never been hurt, and they loved their mom the most. Elijah just said he wished his mom would hug him more like she hugged Soraya. And they're not even sure now if it was on the ground or in here that they were talking about, but they had never been hurt at all. And then those people deleted her past dream book from her YouTube or whatever, and deleted her freaking Facebook, her first Facebook, or made her delete it, and then deleted her dream book in here at Manny's house, showing that she was a mom because she was never supposed to be in here as a mom or whatever. And it's just messed up. And the UE might have blocked it too when they kept coming in here by looking at them. I'm not sure. And this is Tiffany, the same one that was working with you guys with the zipper court case on the ground back then, when I'm not even sure if we had to sit at Tiffany's bodies to fix it or not. But anyways, when we were like erasing brainstems and changing them into somebody different so people didn't keep seeing the same little girl or the same guy half naked falling from the sky and all that, as a deleted court case memory or whatever it wasn't. But she can't see us, and she never has, so she doesn't really know who was there or not. And that was her out front with me on the phone. when somebody like Libby was dying in real life. And we were recording that stuff when I was jumping timelines. Well, I don't know if it was her that was in my body running around the house in sideways figure eights and stuff either. But yeah, that was me that was on the phone. And that might have been when I accidentally slipped into being on the chain, real thing. They're saying that to Tiffany, 3 felonies over here towards some girl named Tiffany or somebody else. That's what I mean. Everything in here is a bunch of bullshit, and they're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to put felonies on people in here. That it's not them in here doing it. It's their back brains and somebody else driving their train, or else they're just a scapegoat for somebody else who's doing it, who probably also doesn't know on the ground what they're doing, unless they've text messaged themselves or they're talking out of their own mouth like me. They're not showing pictures. They don't know which one you are, though. No, Illuminati's evil. Not when you put Christianity in it and you kill out evil skull and bones up here. Beyonce flashed it, and so did her boyfriend. And they're Christian. Because that's where I come from, is evil Masons. But I'm a Christian. And I did stomp out evil as much as possible all the way around. Because this was the mark of the beast, and we're turning it into the Savior program. There's just so many lockouts everywhere. Everybody's just tripping. Nobody's ever calling you again, Tiffany, because they're still over there talking about it, thinking that you're the one that set everybody up over here. Nobody set anybody up or nothing, dude. You got me fucked up. They were setting me up, and at the last minute, they changed it to be about somebody different. But they were setting Tiffany up in the long run. All they were doing, for the most part, on my side, was unless they didn't know which one I was trying to show people what it looks like when you see a video of somebody doing something that you know for a fact they would never do, like axe murders or whatever. Here's the thing, Tiffany's a UE member, and she was set the fuck up for ownership of the S Corporation, so maybe we should all go over there and stick up for her, because that's a pretty big group of people. ISIS. ISIS is still a good thing, sort of. Yeah, well, that's what they call me. That's just it. Everything good that I've done or whatever, they take it and they use it for somebody different. Because they set me up. What? They said Rachel's not her case, whatever that means. That's your smoke to it. Somebody over there is saying say goodbye to the money or something. What? They're talking shit about Tiffany already. Look, I don't know who you are up there talking shit about Tiffany saying say goodbye to the money, but Tiffany's never gotten a fucking penny, and Tiffany is a millionaire. She is the one whose ISTEM code you guys have been using illegally and who you guys set the fuck up for M&R cases with SNA, not to mention when Callahan came down the pipeline telling Tiffany she was going to go to prison for a SWAT murder. Yeah, well, I'm a UE member, and I mean upper echelon. I mean universal echelon with the women's visor who put on my player in here, which allowed you guys all those benefits you're using. You guys set up a woman down here who's a mom who's never been in trouble. It can only go so many places, man. Up there needs attention. For Tiffany Browning, no other girl. All right, just Tiffany. These people got fucked up, realizing they were setting up the wrong people. They were supposed to set up anybody. They were supposed to fix it for Tiffany not looking like that. She's a UE member mom who was set up 2 years ago, and they killed her fucking player. Okay. So I'm a new person. I'm over here listening to these girls, and they will not shut the fuck up about this stupid video where you went online and said something like, yeah, I'm not the one who did that. That was somebody else or whatever. Where Tiffany is not in here talking about anything at all about STDs and stuff, saying a bunch of crap. It's just dumb because they won't stop talking shit because they want some reason to talk shit. So please go over there and remind them that Tiffany Browning is a UE member and they were never allowed to go back in time and watch me, listen to me, record me, and write me down, let alone make me or anybody else like me look disgusting or whatever the fuck for jealousy purposes. So have some couth and keep the UE members out of your mouth. Name Tiffany Ashley 7. We can't get it through to the phone company about how big of an intrusion this was. When they sent Xavier that message in here, whoever it was, and I think he actually got it on the ground and he doesn't know what to say about any of it. Because it says it was sent from your phone number that's in his phone as mom. Are you talking about Elijah in Portland? Mm-hmm. I think I have the names mixed up. And whatever it is pretty fucked up shit. On the ground, it must be mostly text messages or something because he doesn't have an iPhone, but whatever it is, it's dumb and he says he'll probably never talk to you again in real life. Really, yeah, have you guys fixed it? No, you don't know how to fix it. What do you mean you know how to fix it? Well, why don't you ask the people who set him up or set me up to fucking fix it? Every single one of those pieces of shit that went around and hurt Tiffany need to go back around and fix it the way that they know how to do it. Or else they're going to go to prison for setting up a UE member. They're all angel dust see through. Well, I didn't alert the police station like I told you to a long time ago about this so they can get involved in whatever we're doing because they're not up here with us. But it's pretty bad, man. she's a UE member and she's winning the race up here, but it's not down here at all. And these people are just celebrating, but they're not coming down here to help at all. Meanwhile, they want her to leave here and go to Portland, but she has nowhere to go and she doesn't have a fucking car or any money. They locked all the Christians and everybody else out that was sticking up for Tiffany on the other side and everywhere. They know for a fact she's right up here, but they do not know in all these other facets. And whoever they said that says mom, I don't know if it's Xavier or Elijah or who it is or Ruben or who, but whoever it is really depressed about what they've seen. And it looks very believable about it and whatever it is in here. Because they went to court against him and she was talking about it and she knew about it and everything, but she couldn't do anything about it. Okay, so this is where you go get the angel people up here and tell them you need help with whatever's going on over there. It's a pretty big deal. I was over there talking to him about it and telling him how fucked up this is, that you're a UE mom who never agreed to let anybody watch you, listen, you, record you, write you down, and you move across the bridge and all that, and they use your bodies illegally and all that, and how they gave you the UE benefits on the ground to your face onto the player up here, whose body was sent to you from Arizona, like LaShawn or whoever, and they said it went on to Katrina or Mandy or whoever it was, right? Yeah, well, they're the same people that were setting you up, but it's not even them in there, it's other people pretending to be you now to stick up for you on the other side, where we're not at. Sort of. But either way, it's just gay because they get royalties and everything else off of whatever this is, and they're the same people who set you up. Because they don't deserve shit. Nobody does. Only Tiffany deserves money on the ground. All of us have lived off of her fucking money and everything else in here when she's been sitting here with nothing, being treated like shit by her own friends and everything, and locked out and everything, and they just believe what they see or hear or whatever for the game and stuff, and it's just ridiculous. This is not a fucking joke. 3264222 is Tiffany's old number. She can't see us. That's why she was exonerated from everything in here, and they literally let this on. Because she's on a chain illegally against people that are on her chain, which makes her look like shit when she doesn't even know who's on her chain. They know that the bodies on the ground don't necessarily know what's going on unless they're game controllers and stuff like that, if that's even a thing anymore. It's such an alternate reality that we never know, and they just switch power sources and everything. So every just like before, every idea that Tiffany's ever had, that cool shit, right? When they're sitting here doing their investigations or doing their rodent bullshit, when she's sitting here praying in the secret place about stuff since last year, while they were doing porn or whatever on the other side, too afraid to talk to her about it, right? Well, we were doing our own stuff over here on her behalf, and we were the ones saying through Tiffany's mouth, "You own the S Corporation or whatever with the blue life force in it," but we never talked about it because that's secret place stuff. Trying to get the helmet off of the boys over there without them talking about it, because they never should have had it in the first place, because it was our own UE member who had the helmet on up here, who was the one who fell in love with somebody who had M cases on him with S and APE. And it's just a describable situation when they weren't really Tiffany's friend necessarily, but they kind of were. And then they let all the charges fall on Tiffany and didn't stick up for her after that, because that's what they kept calling the spoon folding in on itself. Because once you're not in that seat where you have to stick up for that person anymore, you just forget about it and you're happy to not deal with it anymore. And that was back in the close of Breakfast Club. Before she saw the stars. Sorry, I set you up. What else? Yeah, people talk through my mouth all the time, setting each other up or saying so and so did that or whatever, and I can't help it. But the thing is that when someone's in my head saying whatever they say, it's not that I don't care what they're saying, it's that my reaction is the same as theirs. And I'm assuming that they're doing it for the right reasons, but I don't really know what they're doing. So when they said that out of my mouth or whatever, and I was questioning them if it was a girl or guys, and they said it was on Jessica Pace or whatever, I was like, oh, and I just didn't really think about it after that. Because I thought they were blaming her or somebody else. Because it wasn't a boy, so it didn't happen to a boy at all. It happened to a girl. They just changed the babe out a boy so that person could get off the hook. They're quick to throw it down, right? Girls, pussy juice video. Why don't they get their fucking lazy asses off their butt up there and come down here and fix the shit that they messed up and stop talking shit about somebody who's not even in here to defend herself when she's been in here, down here, sticking up for every piece of shit that ever fucked her over, including all those stupid cookie cutter cunts up there talking shit. Once again, thinking she might actually get money when all of them have got money in here and or on the ground, but left Tiffany here with nothing for 2 fucking years. When she left Portland to get away from this whole bullshit that they're fucking doing. Well, that's what happens when you leave Portland and you become a UE member and the people in your head don't tell you that you were supposed to get disconnected before you cross the bridge because they're still using AK's fucking bullshit over there. And that's why Tiffany says she owns him, she owns his players, she owns that whole measurement of union. They should all be over here kissing her ass and sticking up for Tiffany everywhere. The Angel people said they cannot stick up for Tiffany, a UE member who is on a chain at all. Like at all. Meaning one at all. Which is illegal as fuck. Because the people on the chain are the one who set her up. And Tiffany is a UE member, so you can't not stick up for Tiffany Browning, who's not in here. People on her chain were sticking up for her. They were, yeah. The guy on her head wasn't. I was like, how can they're not really saying that to me? They're just annoyed that this only goes so far and people just shut the door because they know they really fucked up and they were not even sure if it goes to the ground or not. Well, they better start figuring out a way to make it go to the ground through the cops and everybody else, get to each other's headphones or get to the phone company or whatever they do. Excuse me, whoever these people are in here that are their players or whatever on the ground and stuff, they don't get messages on their phone necessarily, unless their iPhones kind of. At least not right now. But Xavier and Soraya both have iPhones, and they both got messages bad about stuff. Looking like he was spots out, saying something bad happened when they were younger. And it was a video. Really? Yeah. Why would they do that? I don't know, man. These people are evil. It wasn't even the kill game either. It was the people that were sent out. I know, and we did enlist their help, and they're refusing to help. What? Yeah. Okay, well then put them in jail really quick. They're on the other team. It doesn't fucking matter. There is no goddamn motherfucking team. I'm the one who paid to squash the whole fucking game out. It's not a fucking game. This is a business proposal. When I invented the whole situation up here with the Secret Service and Homeland Security and Internal Revenue Service and IRS and everybody else, like Family Affairs with UNICEF and I don't know, Interpol up there paying attention, maybe they could come down here and arrest these motherfuckers who are sitting on their fucking ass who set Tiffany up, who's a UE member, all when they knew for a fact that she didn't fucking hurt anyone. And they've been letting her sit here with nothing, worried every second of every day that they're going to get something through to somebody and her friends are going to turn on her even fucking more while they live off of her royalties when Tiffany is the one who was a UE member on the ground that they were using in Vancouver, Washington. Found the circuit board and they literally blocked your fucking phone number over here for people to call you and tell you anything like I love you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to set you up. So let's fix it really quick. There's all these things we can set in here for you. I can tell you how traumatizing it is everywhere. Because it has to do with her being backwards scanning and us not being able to get over there to the other side. We were timeline jumping and everything. Trina wishes Sean was here still so he could help you with the new game and set it up against them so bad. It's just funny how we go everywhere and we never really tell her what happened. So over there with Amy and them, the cookie cutter land, it's not even them anymore. It's back to being whoever it used to be. And they said they were sticking up for you all over the internet until they saw that these people switched it over there and started sticking up for somebody else and re-blaming you because you were what it looked like down here as being responsible for everything, and then it got them in trouble for sticking up for you the way they were. And then they look like tattletales on people that were on your chain or whatever who set you up, who may or may not be the same fucking people in real life. But the point is that mainly people needed to go out and stick up for Tiffany and let everybody know that she's a UE member who was set up for child abuse and a whole bunch of other shit using just Tiffany Browning's name or 7 Nina Moon, because nobody knew which one she was and they were trying to set her up for ownership of the S Corporation, and that was the only way they could get to her, because Tiffany's never hurt another human being on the planet ever in her life, and they did not know she was a UE member or that her power source was what it was or nothing. Nobody knew about any of that necessarily. They're saying that the power source was marked for deletion or something like that up here because people were using it illegally to keep bodies on stuff and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they patented the use of it for cops in Oregon for whatever reason behind Tiffany's back when she already had it patented with Germany and everything else because it was a UE power source. There was a bunch of blessings on it that weren't supposed to be there. Unless you were literally a law enforcement agent that wasn't a crooked cop with different people looking at you wondering why the fuck you're not sticking up for Tiffany, who you got it from in the first place, or who they got it from in the first place. Because none of these people had shit except a mile marker or a honing beacon thing in the beginning, and there was only one person in here who had their identity changed and looked like somebody else, and it looked like the Titanic. Everybody else looked normal, and that's it. Tiffany was the first one to bring in bodies from these pictures or whatever and put it on another person on accident and copy it on with her eyes. No one's like, that's it bad. Tell Tiffany no. No, of course I never told anybody to set anybody else up. No, they told me that they set me up, Evil Force and them set me up again, sending stuff out to my family and friends, making videos or whatever it was, look like stuff happened to my kids when they were little or whatever. And I said, go back and show those people another video, like of them doing something, like, I don't know, axe murders or something that's unbelievable that they know that they didn't do, so that you can tell them, look, that was a setup, and just like this, you didn't do this either, right? But I guess they don't know how to get to the phones like the other people did, and they just did it wrong or something. Either that or they didn't know which one I was, because I can't see them, and I don't know if they can see me either. And they said that they were sticking up for this one at first, but then Evil Force and them switched it at the end because they set up Tiffany, and then they tried to make it look like they were all trying to save a different Elijah's mom, like Pace or something, who had been setting her up on the other side, or who they'd set her up in the past, or whatever it was. Because the girls are always the scapegoats for all this shit. These guys are never to blame at all. It's just annoying. Okay, I'm exhausted. I can't even take it anymore, man. This is Tiffany down here, the one that was set up. She looks horrible. She's never showered. She doesn't take showers. She just sits here every day, working with us in the secret place and everything else for 2 fucking years, man. She just never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. Ever. On purpose. She was the anomaly. She's the one that we gave the name Empress to on the ground. Back when she made criminal mafia a syndicate and we were clearing levels of heroin usage and illegal guns being on the streets from here to Arizona. And we were working with the white coats that she set up to work on our brainstems being copied or whatever it was to help keep our bodies on and figure it out. And we got all the smartest brains in the world to go with all this stuff. And that's when we decided to make it an S corporation. And we were going to have Snow the product as being an investor and all that. So all that stuff that happened in here on their side, this is all stuff that you guys knew about that I didn't. And everybody else had a different idea for porn, which is something I don't like and I don't want nothing to do with. However, my life was threatened about it, so I just kind of be quiet. Now, Soraya or somebody like that crying, thinking that happened to her or someone else. No female did this to their kids at all. No. That's just it. It's because the guys were blaming the girls in here because the girls didn't know what happened, and I'm pretty sure what it was the people in the UE, they're attached to the kids, right? And they can see their kid in their review or their sidewinder, right? Somehow they keep an eye on them and stuff. Okay? And when they ended up having sex with a UE member, it ended up making their kid feel like they had sex or something. Either that or it had to do with me crisscross applesaucing my eyes when something bad had happened to one of the kids up in the UE and somebody else had been raped up there or something like that. But it did in fact have to do with the UE helmet that was given to Tiffany's player up here through her eyes that they kept copying all over the internet for sex and shit because they could read each other's minds and know what each other wanted or hear what they were thinking. Remember in Fight Club where they said Soraya popped out of her belly on the other side or something? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like it has to do with different things, and then belly babies fell in her stomach and stuff. Yeah, it's just crazy. it didn't happen. No woman actually M-worded their kids. Red Devil Boy voice went back in time and made it look like something bad happened. They told Tiffany they went back in time to set up Elijah, her son, making it look like he did something bad, and maybe it was Jessica Pace, I'm not sure. But anyways, it was somebody named Elijah, they said, to set him up, looking like he did something to his sister to piss Tiffany off. And then they had to go back in time and make it look like Tiffany put a gun to his head and made him fucking do it. There was court cases on it and everything. Whether it was actually my son or there was another guy named 11 or something else in there, I don't know because I'm not in there. But these guys actually told me that they did it, and they did it off of pictures, and they went back to my old house on 7th Street and everything. Now, I don't know for sure if they really did or not, but that's what they fucking told me. Because they got discommunicated from their gang, from their motorcycle gang, and from their clique, because they were all called M-worders with Red Devil Boy voice, thinking that Tiffany saw them and was accusing them of it when they thought Tiffany knew that they were not the ones who had those charges on them, and they definitely didn't hurt any kids, which Tiffany was over here on this side sticking up for them the whole time. The people that she knew might be in here on a chain playing the Game of Thrones that she knew from her past that never hurt anybody except just being a douchebag player. Wow, they did not just throw the Yui out like that. Yeah, because Tiffany's on a chain, sort of. But she does not know who's on her chain. She cannot see us at all. And her chain people were sticking up for her, but I don't even know if they know which Tiffany she is or whatever. Yeah, but the guy on her head wasn't, because he's the one that set her up. Yeah. Back then, it was about the Freedom Tower and keeping his eyes step goes in his power step. Source at his corporation, I mean, sideways figure eights without the board situation. Didn't know Tiffany was a UE member or how it became sideways figure eights or nothing at all. With the blue light force in it, with the ladies giving her the eyes that goes with the matching helmet and all those things that they put through her eyes, that were blessings or whether or extra bodies or whatever, and how we changed it up here or whatever, but they were never allowed to do that because they were douchebags. Everybody in the UE came in here was like, fuck this, you're hurting a woman who's never hurt another human being on the planet. And we're like, no, Tony, this never happened to Soraya or anybody else named Ruben or Elijah or anyone. These people set Tiffany up so hard for ownership of this S corporation when she is literally a UE member. It's hard to explain, but they put UE benefits through her eyes, connecting her to this beast computer, and she can prove her innocence all day long. And they're saying, you're all right. Somebody else is crying about it. Because this did not happen in real life to these kids or these girls or nothing. They were just set up all over again, saying that it was a different girl who did this to her kids. No fucking female did this to her kids. All right? And just because it looks like it's me under here now, and they're trying to come hard at my team or whatever, does not mean that it's me doing it, because I can't see you guys. I never have. Most of this had to do with them using our bodies illegally in the past with the UE helmet on, and they did not realize that they were attached to kids. And I mean child support, like CPS. Yeah, Tiffany is the deity program, and she's the one that was the Empress name given to her by the people you don't ever see, the hair, teeth, eye, skin, coon people, right? And they said they gave me the name Empress because they ruined my name T Bunny in here when I wasn't even in here. And they gave me that name in Vancouver, Washington, and I was the one that had all the cute baby girls in the white outfit and the cute hot pink pants and all that stuff. And it all had to do with Red Devil Boy Boys being put in their folder when they thought I could see them, which is why they said she's exonerated from everything in here because I can't see anybody. And I'm helpless, basically, and I have no signer or nothing standing up for me, or no partner or nothing standing up for me. And I can't see them, and they thought I could see them. And whoever Evil Force was driving their train or whatever, making it look like it was them or whatever, set me up. And our Argonne girl, Celeste, or whoever it was, got set up too. She said she lost custody of her kids to her husband or whatever, and lost her job for a while. Who may or may not have been a CPS worker or a UE member or something like FBI, or I don't even know what she was. And then there was AK's UE member, the Scary Guns or whatever. She's the one that was saying, "Help Tiffany Brooks Browning, help Tiffany Brooks Browning." At Ema's house, when not only did I get Anunnaki with me and the Drone Eyes shit program, alien friendship circles with me on my team because they were my kids, basically. But I also brought Hoppo back to life 4 times because, again, I could not see who they were. And I thought Hoppo was just some cool Mexican dude because it sounded familiar. Like Mexican Mafia. I had no idea he was a mass murderer. With my magic power source. Sideways figure eights without the porn. Sit up there naked and touching yourself and all kinds of shit when Evil Lucinda was doing it last year. And it's like repercussions of it when these evil demons were out here driving a train from a computer system. It's something different. So they've been setting Tiffany up for 2 years now not to come in here under a key code because they set her up in the first place for whatever reason in here. So one side, the bad guys were protecting her because they were keeping her safe or whatever, because they were getting away with doing drugs, I guess, or something. But on the other side, they were setting her up to make her look whatever they're saying, because they were pissed off that she said no to him on the pink carpet, and they called him out about it later, and then threw the coins at him and everything else, and put him in the hurt locker and all that stuff. And it was too evil forcing them because they all got so fucking pissed. Yeah, the same people that he was saying that about is probably the same people with evil force fighting on both sides, tricking the system or whatever, like my homeboys. And what? They're my enemies. They're frenemies. They're supposed to be helping me, but I'm not talking to them for the same reason. Probably. Because we're on different timelines. Well, the guy in control came over here in Oregon, and he's scared to death to go to prison. I just didn't know what to tell him. He has to take every single female's name out of the system, especially Tiffany Browning or Tony Brown or Janika Brown or whatever they're saying over there, because all these girls were incriminated in a bunch of shit that they didn't fucking do or say about each other, and they're all moms, and they don't want their kids out there either, because Tiffany is a UE member in Washington State and in Oregon, and she is a report mandated, whatever, to report child abuse and everything. It's just that Tiffany's not in here, so it's a bunch of other people wearing a helmet thinking this stuff happened in real life because they keep putting it in the fucking computer system that this person got away with it because they tried so hard to keep her out of here because they are the ones who set her up, not realizing that this was going to become a big fucking deal, like them killing her player. It's just because most people don't listen to the voices. It's hard as Tiffany did or fight to be friends with somebody, let alone move across a bridge, let States with the God's helmet on because she's a UE member who saw the stars and knew what to do to take the power source off so we wouldn't all die from sizzle or whatever. Nothing. She's the one that had the notepad and everybody knew all her lyrics to her songs and stuff, and her poetry was about the voices. And she was the one talking to the judges on how to solve all these cases back then. Like, he dissect codes and you have to take your helmet off, put this power source on this and that to be able to solve. These are different kids coming up. Just bad stuff. Because they clearly went the dark, but all these kids thinking that this stuff happened to somebody like Soraya or Flesh when they were little trying to get Tiffany in prison in real life so that they could get away with what they were fucking doing. Now they're saying Tiffany is a fucking member, and she put this whole situation on blast. She even reported it to Interpol. Right. So the UE fucked up because the UE promised Tiffany down here that she was exonerated and everything from everything in here, especially child abuse cases, because of the Red Devil Boy voice, and they knew that they gave her the CPS helmet and why it happened. But what they didn't realize was that stuff kept happening because of the helmet on the other side with different kids or different women feeling violated and all kinds of stuff when they were the ones having sex. When Tiffany's sitting here, I'm not having sex ever again because everybody else can feel it, or they're watching me or listening to me or recording me or feeling it with me or them or whoever it isn't in real life. And she's not in here to know that other people were doing that on purpose and it was hurting other people on the other side. She just came to the conclusion today that that's how this happened, or 3 days ago, that that's how this happened with so many kids getting involved in whatever this is. Yeah, because they had said something. Yeah. So, I mean, this Tiffany's logic, who has never been in here and who has never seen anyone trying to make sense of why the fuck somebody would tell Tiffany, who cannot see them, that her daughter was molested up here in her dream book. And why they were so calm about it, or why she was so calm about it, or why she asked them to go check on her, 3 different people, and they never really came back down to tell her that she was fine until later, or whatever happened. And it's because it was the UE that messed up in here and weren't paying attention on the other side, or couldn't get back over here, or whatever. Or that somebody messed around with the guy that had charges on him and didn't realize that he had charges on him, or something like that. And it was not Tiffany either, it was someone else. All because that guy got under the impression that Tiffany forgave him for whatever he did in the past and loved him anyways, or something. Which that's not it at all. I mean, I remember something like that, but the thing is that you guys are just the voices in my head, dude, and I'm dealing with people who hold your mouth shut and all kinds of shit. And I knew it was nobody that I knew. And I was just like, mm-hmm. Right. And then you get really, really scared thinking it might be the guy who threatened you or something like that, right? Yeah. You just kind of have to play nice and know that they keep switching brain stems and switching power sources between old men faces and stuff. Which are on different ogens with different brain stems, and they've changed it so many different times on who's who, it's just ridiculous. Meanwhile, Tiffany doesn't know if they're sitting up here changing her brain stems to different people or not, because she can't see us. And as far as she knows, everybody that's sitting in her body, it's the first time anyone's ever talked to her. It's just that we connect through her brain stem or whatever, like the same conversation. Mm. They're throwing stuff down here. It's not that you need to write down all this stuff. I'm not a paid informant. I've never been paid for nothing in my life. These people have literally used my brain stems and everything to do all this illegal shit that I never gave them permission to do with my brain stems or my eyesight or my lifelines or nothing. I've never been in fucking trouble. I'm a good fucking person. That's what I'm saying, dude. They've been doing this off my brain stems for 2 years, leaving me sitting here waiting for the UE to bless me or give me a lifeline or something, promising me that they weren't going to hurt my brain stems or whatever, because they promised me in the beginning they were going to force it through to the judges about the stupid fucking airplane throws and all that shit. And ripping the baby's wings off and shit when they made me talk to AK again. Right, well, I don't have anybody to be accountable to. Even my own friends are two-faced. Which is why I say I need a partner or whatever. And really, it's just somebody to be accountable to so that I can make sure these people are going to watch my social security number and stick up for me for the rest of my life. And also give me my $500,000 on the ground before I kill somebody. I have rich people in several places paying attention to these motherfuckers that have lawyers and everything. Problem is I'm not allowed to talk to them until this gets settled. That satellite is Tiffany's, and so is the Freedom Tower. And they got the idea of buying the satellite from us trying to buy Sprint. That's just it. Nobody that's on a chain, there is no girls on a chain that know that they're on a chain at all. And they don't know about chains, or babies, or anything like that, man. Or having one with LaShawn or whatever in the kitchen being made up or whatever. She still doesn't understand like what that stuff is, like how to make a baby and whatever, or why it like represents anything in here, go to the hospital and all that stuff. She still doesn't get it because she's never seen a screen or anything layout or nothing. She's just kind of totally put pieces together as much as possible. Yeah, it's like, did they come back from the future to set her up, or did Tiffany come back from the future to set them up? Because Tiffany believes in the mark of the beast, and she thought from day one, the second she saw somebody in Amy's baby's dad's face, that this was the mark of the beast, where they control your mind, and not that you would be killed on the ground and your body wouldn't be walking around anymore, but that somebody else could take over your body and literally possess your body and turn you into something that you're not, even being mean to your own kids or whatever else, or cause you to kill somebody or cause you to beat somebody up or cause you to go 90 miles an hour down the freeway towards the airport, or go 90 miles an hour down the freeway towards downtown Portland. Or jump on the hood of your best friend's car and land on your fucking noggin for some shit that was said to some dude 3 years before that. Or key your car, or pop your tires, or whatever, but destroy your room because you were singing a song thinking about him, like, yeah, I'm getting out of this mess or whatever. To where you were scared and had to jump out the window to avoid confrontation and not humiliate whoever was in his body. There's a bunch of spiders crawling up here. These are all the X-Out games and stuff from Mexico and everything else. So your whole El Jefe and all that, you know? Crossing out the school and loans stuff. Well, they took it, they ran with it, and then they changed it over to the Raiders thing. Yeah, kind of. It was 2 parts, kind of. Well, there's an Anunnaki thing in here that says, I love you, Mama, the one who caught us in your belly. Mama, 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 me. Oh, hello there, baby Anton Hyde. Hello there, baby LaShawn. Oh, they're one person now. And that was the only time they landed in her belly like that. The rest of the time it's baby LaShawn and baby Antonio Bay. And baby Antonio Bay was really baby LaShawn basically looking for baby Anton, who may or may not have been AK, we're not sure. Because the names are always switched, right? Yeah, I think so. was Anton or Anthony on the other side. Yeah, they were saying Anthony on the other side. See, that's it. She was hearing both sides of the curtain, so every time they go, they would say like that. Anything she started, any word with A and T, it would say the name, finish it for her, even if she wasn't saying that. If she used to get so annoyed because when she would try to say Anton, it would still say Anthony on the other side. It's a big thank you for not persecuting them. When you're getting hit, instead of killed or whatever, that means you're on blast for the next year pretty much. And they can use you as a scapegoat and everything else when you're not on a chain. No woman that's on a chain ever knows she's on a chain, or even what a chain is, or how hard it is to move players around in a sideways situation. 15-year sentence in prison for setting up a UE member named Tiffany Browning, who was also the anomaly, who was also the empress, who never wanted to do porn, never said it was okay to use her body, and took charges for every single skank in here that was sleeping around and or setting them up, saying that the Pussy Juice video was hers, and she was going to make the worst one possible to get them back for embarrassing somebody so that nobody would ever want to think or talk about a Pussy Juice video again. But she never did say to put it in their mouth. And she is the one who said, I've had herpes syphilis since I was 17, so that they wouldn't have to go back in time and count how many people somebody slept with or who had what first, because it wasn't even the girls necessarily doing that. It was the guys doing that, protecting the slut bunnies that were in here that did have STDs that kept denying it to all their girlfriends or their wannabe girlfriends. And they were pissed off that he had them. Irregardless if he had them first or last or whatever, they were pissed that he had them because it was always the guys sleeping around unprotected, not the girls necessarily. Who is also a mom and never been in trouble. Which is just depressing when Tiffany's been the one making a big deal about it for a long time. Put it on her Facebook. It was a big fucking deal. I mean, she's literally been sitting here and these guys have been saying, naughty marks or whatever that meant. Tiffany's thinking about them talking about like that. It's just like, how could the UE just let this go in real life, knowing that I'm a mom and that I wasn't supposed to be put on the chain in the first place? It's just most backwards ass shit. It's like the harder you fight it, the more backwards it is. Yeah, it's like, you know what, we'll just ignore it and pretend like it never happened, right? Yeah, but then she still can't function because we're in her head every 5 seconds with a different person, and a different person, and a different person, and a different person, paying attention to what she's not paying attention to. And the guy on top of her head talking mad shit all the time and making fun of her because her feet stink or whatever. When he's the one that makes fun of her on the other side for max bets and everything, when she takes a shower and looks at her fucking with see through whatever, talking about her spots being out, and how it's a big thing in here, and how she's schizophrenic. Because that was the UE that put that in their head in the situation. Because of how many times somebody in here was saying shit like that. And you wonder why I killed the fucking game months ago. I tried to kill the game right after they stole my win. When he's like, wait for lingering launches later. Yeah. Well, I had put my bug out there or whatever. I didn't say it about the porn stuff because I thought the CIA already had the lock on the girl's body thing. I'll try to subliminally give my horns notice. But yeah, because not only did this like traumatize me, but it killed me in real life. And I'm a fucking mom, and a poem to live life by is my credo. And like, it makes you want to kill yourself in real life when you start thinking that all you've ever done is try to help people, and you lost your family to a beautiful woman who you love and you think she's the best stepmom ever. But that your friends and family might betray you in here or on the ground because of pictures or vowels or whatever they're not saying. Remember that? Yeah. It was like, I don't love you either or something. Louis Vuitton, leather edge on. Do you see what I see? Can you hear what I hear? Do you feel what I feel? 16 war games ago, this started in 1972 with a week next to it. It started when you went to Arizona. And they punked you out with the lampshade over there. She's not smoking. No. This? Oh. With the picture frame. And now we, whatever, right? Yeah. And then there's the rape thing that they did. Right, where the grandfather told you he started crying because they made it look like a girl did it or whatever. When he got down to the bottom, he found it was his own grandson or something, or maybe some other black guy or something, or it was AK, or I don't even know, man. It's just fucked up. No, Tiffany's not in the fucking hospital. She's right here, standing her fucking ground, right here live on YouTube. For all you motherfuckers to find out later if you didn't fucking get the message. My name is Tiffany Browning, and I'm the one you set the fuck up for M&R cases with Eston Abe. And yeah, it was Polito's daughter that did not get hurt at all, but you guys raped her in here on the other side. And she was probably a UE member, and you probably used her body illegally, hurting her fucking kids, and then blaming it on a fucking female, you stupid son of a bitch. Mouse pointer. You have no idea. The cop shop is so depressed, dude. Because they were making bets and shit up here, too, against Tiffany that she was having to do with stuff and everything. And they did not know she was a UE member or what a UE member is or a CPS worker in the sky either. And how the CPS fucked up because they think Tiffany's something that she's not because she's on a fucking chain that she's not supposed to be on when she's a fucking Christian mom who left Portland, Oregon 2 fucking years ago to get away from these motherfuckers. Literally. The same people who basically raped her in here and made fun of her in here and whatever else that they're saying with their fucking spots and shit, they were telling her on the other side that they did this, making fun of her, basically saying they were sorry. Because whoever it is that was saying they were sorry, that's who made it look like they did it. Like, oh yeah, so and so, Mikey, and blah blah blah. But it wasn't Mikey; it was somebody else in Mikey. It wasn't them; it was freaking Rodriguez or whatever, and these different spirits and whatever else. And it's just annoying because it's something that they have to go through, like initiation, so that they can be just as discreet as everybody else before them who may have had sex with somebody without their permission when they may or may not have been passed out on G or whatever. It's just stupid. That goes Secret Society Forgiveness only a kind of some of still douchebags. Yeah, well, Tiffany stopped the rape shit a long time ago when she found out somebody's butthole was violated, and it was so traumatizing. Named Buck, to find out that it looked like Tiffany was okay with it or whatever they said. Nothing. The bad thing about this program is like everybody wants somebody to persecute, right? But all they do is change power source or brew hot up or whatever, and it's like you kind of know approximately where it is, but a lot of blame is right here because they keep changing it on each side, fighting on both sides, trying to win both sides so they can take it and go somewhere different and lock us out again, right? I'm blaming Tiffany like that, right? No. No female is to blame for any of this stuff. The females are just the scapegoats, alright? The guys came in here and went to court against Tiffany and a bunch of other people for a bunch of bad stuff like that too, acting like they were Rachel and shit and a bunch of other stuff. And then a bunch of GJ girls, they had guys in there too, also sat there in Tony's body and her older daughter's body, and they were sitting there cussing back and forth to each other when they don't even cuss about stuff that didn't fucking happen in real life. Because it's people's brain stems that do stuff in here on accident, sort of. Like if they read something and get mad about it, their brainstems can like go fight somebody or whatever. But Tiffany doesn't have brainstems, let alone does she have an original thought, because this guy capped her dome off so that nobody could penetrate her brainstems and tell her who the fuck it really was over here that did all this shit, let alone hear the UE saying why they're saying Tiffany all these times and why the skill saw was her skill saw on the ground that she was hearing when she was also hearing Father Time's situation up there with UNICEF, not Interpol. Oh, this is Tiffany, the one whose eyes you're looking through. No female did this stuff, alright? These are all setups by guys with their power source looking like a woman as a scapegoat. But Tiffany's the UE member, the one who didn't hurt anyone, Elijah and Soraya's real mom, and Xavier's stepmom. The one who called you mom on Christmas when your son wasn't there? Yeah. That's just it. There was no girls, no cops, no kids allowed in here, and it's still pretty much the same way. But when you do see a girl, half the time their train is driven sort of by a guy, or there's a guy in their OGen or whatever, however that works. Which I don't get it. But anyway, Tiffany can't see us. She's never seen anybody. The thing is that we lock eyes with somebody else or a specific situation, and they think she's looking at them if they're down here. 5. But it's not the situation at all. She can't see us. She's connected through the beast computer backwards scanned in. And when she was backwards scanned in, it's not what gave it to her like that. It was them giving her optical illusions from her face to her eyes. We don't know how to shed some skin enough over here, so get off evil. Get off evil. It's not. It's not. Nothing, man. We just found the group of guys that have been hiding over here. They want to stick up for you so bad, but they don't know you in real life necessarily. He's in there, right, Twizzle? I know you're two-faced, but it's okay. You probably had evil force in you that day at Safeway when you didn't want to give me a hug. You raped me and all kinds of shit in here. That's Satan in virtual reality. I don't know, build PC to store there. With the value not going up at all, with the sideways figure eights, without the porn and everything. Because now it's all legit. That it's Tiffany's S corporation with the law up here of the CIA, we're saying. That picture of that video they just threw down here, needs to be banished. Yeah, meanwhile, they send down this video or whatever saying you're M-wording your daughter, right? And there's a bunch of different people inside of it on a computer system over here in an OGen. So they put my body on the outside, which I didn't think they could do that. And then it looks like me underneath here, like I'm driving the train or whatever they're saying over there, electronically through the fucking computer system, showing some bad stuff that they shouldn't be showing. Nobody taught their fucking daughter how to do anything out loud or nothing. They're fucking disgustingly fucked up. That was from something else. An IV called we should have, we do have stuff up here. Another bottle nipple. Right, well, she's sitting over here, forced to choke up chupacabra cum or whatever it was from an alternate fucking universe, dude. It's just so foul. I can't even get on it. That was demonic shit. I can't even tell you, it was disgusting. And looked like liquid nitrogen or something in it. He's behind me for some reason. I know, I need to change my pants and everything. I'm sorry, I'm still sitting here because people are still sitting here doing different things, trying to tell somebody something. My name is Tiffany, and I'm on YouTube. I don't know if nobody else is watching, but still, I'm on YouTube right now, and everybody else is doing stuff trying to fix all this M-wordy shit that they set up against Tiffany and whoever else in here. And Evil Force / Renard, or whatever his name isn't, Reynolds, or Capricorn, I guess. Trains were driven to set up people in here to stick up for Tiffany Browning, the one who stuck up for the GJ dad, or whatever, who called her his daughter, with or without the Raiders shirt on, for a lot of reasons. And they did turn it around at the end and make it look like they were sticking up for somebody else named Jessica, sort of, because they had set this one up. And I am the same one that said I do not have the answers in which you seek, and I am the same one that threw away that ticket in Safeway parking lot that I called papers back then, because that's how much I did not know about the law. But the simple fact that I thought that he had an alternate community service pissed me off so bad that I wished he wasn't my friend. Because I am not the rodent to be hunted. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything. I didn't throw anything away. Snitching on a snitch is still a snitch. And no, arm shrapnel, I did not run to non-extradition at all. I'm still standing out front where they leave her, with nobody to have her back behind her back on the ground at all. That we can tell anyway. We went somewhere far away in a different universe in a spaceship over there. We drove this train kind of, or we're flying in it. And it was tight. I can't even explain how cool it was. We went really fast, sort of. And now they're here for some reason. And they want to know why Tiffany turned their back on them or turned their nose up to them over there in the FBI when they were sticking up for Tiffany Browning, whose case was being obsessed over by somebody named Tanika, who was trying to get all of our charges dropped because we were all setups in progress. And I don't really know where I was going with that because Tiffany has no idea what's going on. It was Tiffany that called Tanika's lawyer while she was in jail and told him that Slappy set her up because Spunkass left a gun wrapped up in a blanket and snuck out to walk his dog, whether it really was him or not. Slappy's the one that told her that. And she was scared she was going to go to church or get a warrant for arrest too. And it was just fucked up. But anyway, yeah, and I stuck up for her room because I didn't know if she was coming back or not. I didn't talk to her. And it was her apartment, and I was irritated to see him there, but I was kind of happy at the same time until he punched me in the face. Sticking up for her bedroom, not having needles in it. All because he was jealous that his friend was kicking it with me in my room after 5 other guys came by to kick it with my door open. All telling him I'm not sleeping with you because I slept with a slut bunny. I gotta go get checked at the STD clinic. Because that's the easiest way to turn down a nigga. They're all saying. Then she takes his rings anyways. And then pimp hand slap. I just gave you a bracelet. That's just it. Tiffany wanted the Savior program to have $1 million in it to start, not just the Savior program, but to actually start like an outreach program for people that may or may not have been involved in this game, that may or may not have been forced to look like they hurt somebody or were set up or whatever, to do community service with her, like drive around in her Lamborghini. I don't know, delivering hot meals to bums, bringing them blankets, or going shopping for kids in need or whatever for a couple hours a day, whether you're smoking pot or not. Hopefully not on needles because your brain get cancer. And then they would be able to get paid for their time because they already used their brain stems illegally in here. When I told them they weren't allowed to watch them, listen to them, record them, or write them down because they were trying to population control the wrong way by setting Tiffany Browning's dad up to get killed on the streets of Portland named Whitey. And yeah, she looks like crap right now. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff falling in her bedroom. And this is not the Blue Room Theory's room, but this is the same blue light that was used at her mom's house on 10th Street when they all came down like this in a whirl. And there was spectacle mafia stuff falling around the house with algorithms on it. Mathematical equations and stuff that she didn't actually see, but she felt it was there all around her house. And she is the one that felt somebody named LaShawn with lapels going up in a spiral up to the law library and picking out a book to research something. And she was like, oh, I want to be a lawyer in there, how fun. But she's never been in here. naked, of course I do. I'm still on the same page, which makes me really depressed because I can't control or nothing on the ground or nothing. It's so annoying. Which means probably stuff doesn't get to the ground, right? So all this bad stuff can come in, but nothing can go out. Yep, that's how they like it when they kill you in a game. Well, don't be too happy. Nervous when you see those or nothing. It's a green account we have to enter. Big name, password. I saw this before, right? Yeah, I think so. She said she got her at school yesterday and she hasn't told her dad or nothing. And it didn't look like her mom at all. It looked like someone else. Ex-murdering maybe or something. The UE said they were looking at the phone thing and who they sent stuff out to. But this was on a different timeline. The one to Sreya or Soviets or whoever that is was not your daughter's Sreya, no, then it was a different one, like her cousin or something, man. And we don't know if Marisa. It was Marisa, yeah. But they said she saw it at school. Why not? We're officially, they were sticking up for Tiffany, kind of, yeah, but no, they weren't, man. The problem is that these people are trained driven by other people, and they don't even really think about the repercussions on the ground at all about this stuff if it wasn't true. All right? They weren't sticking up for Tiffany at all. They were trying to hurt Tiffany because they didn't know which one Tiffany was. Better tell your son Elijah to stop tripping out about whatever he's seen on Facebook. On your Facebook, on the Anthony C.S. one or whoever's it wasn't today, because they did put something bad on there today against Tiffany Browning, going against the syndicate or something like that. It's a good thing, really, but he's tripping about it, I think, for some reason. Just new stuff coming in this way, feeling bad that they even thought it was real, kind of. No, it's not Tiffany. The one on Facebook with the illuminated picture or nothing. Being questioned about whatever happened in here. And doesn't know what to say because she's not Tiffany and somebody wearing her body stand up for a Christian Mafia. Just so you know, Tiffany was set up all over the internet. It wasn't just Tiffany, it was a bunch of other girls too, because nobody knew which one it was, and Evil switched it up at the end game after Tiffany looked so tight for sticking up for people and sticking up for not being a rat tail or rodent or whatever, trying not to persecute the people that set her up in the past with the red devil boy voice or whatever after they killed her player and submitted it to whatever. We were telling her to question the people and stick up for her and be her partner in the deity program. For all of this to go away too, but also because we can prove her innocence in here 1,000 times. But the thing is that these motherfuckers that control the game that we said, hey, let's buy them out or whatever, and end it, yeah, well, they kept them going, and they kept them going against Tiffany because they want her to go to fucking jail so that they can keep going with what they're doing illegally and just leave her in jail who's a fucking UE member. And I don't think they ever even realized that. But the problem is that when she saw the stars, she got disconnected from the UE member, and a UE member who was a UE member in here got suckered into doing drugs and having sex with somebody up here that had sexual fantasies about her for some reason. Anyways, it ended up hurting her kids somehow. And I guess that's all we're going to say about it. I was expecting them to say something. It's because somebody that was a UE member fell under the spell of some team that was a combination of people, one of which either had CPS case or was holding it for somebody. And it didn't make her look too good when she wasn't having to deal with it anymore by just pawning it off on it being my fault. Or whatever they're saying. It's just messed up because the people that are in here, whatever, their back brains don't usually remember this stuff, but this one does because she was an actual UE member over there. So she feels really bad. And the simple fact that you've been trying to get this game quit because it's killing people and you're sitting here bleeding out of your pee hole and nobody's helped you or nothing, it's just so fucked up. And you're right, the harder we go against them, the worse they're coming back with a bunch of stupid shit. Like, they have the right to talk shit about Tiffany being in here because it was never Tiffany in here. These are different people working for Tiffany or against Tiffany or not knowing who Tiffany was. Either because in here they say different names like Sarah or whatever, but they never should have changed Tiffany's name because Tiffany was never in here. in real life. And she never should have been in here because she was the one that protected the Players Club and the secret society and all the dirt they did and tried to keep it hidden and just forget about it. But it's a simple fact that there's a few evil men in there, like Evil Force and this other evil motherfucker, that play both sides of the field. So they can sit here on one side and be like, yeah, blah, blah, I love Tiffany or whatever, and then go on the other side and be like, yeah, I hate Tiffany, and then get money on both sides or points on both sides or whatever, not control over anything because he's making other people do it for him or whatever. I have a little black book and a diagram, a question mark on it for some reason. All I was going to say is I have a diagram and a black book and a whole bunch of logs up here with social security numbers in it and email addresses and IP addresses and phone IPs and everything of people that are cops, people that are people, and everything. All right. And I can't seem to get them to this computer because of what this is, but I know how to get them to another computer. Russ is very, very strict and he doesn't like intrusions or whatever, so make sure you're talking to the right person. Because the guy who went down and was, fighting in court up here or whatever, was not on the ground at all or even on level 1. But he knows how to push it through and everything, and he's still not doing it because he deleted his player. And that's when we go and pull him up from where he wasn't and make him do it anyways. Not that I was just hoping that people would come down here and help Tiffany, but they're not yet. So they have my email up here on the blocked list, and he won't undo it. Do you want to go to prison? You better fix Tiffany's email and everything. Don't stop people from respawning. There's been 3 responses from the cops. Really? Yeah. From what they watched on Facebook, I guess. Messages on Facebook? No, on your email. Gmail going to Tiffany. Of course, they changed it to be Tiffany. Go fucking figure. Because that's the one that I don't have access to. Oh, okay. These were ones that say you were turning yourself in for some bullshit. We pulled cancer off today, yeah. Well, now he wishes that he could get put back on Robbie's head so that he could go back with this information. That Summer knows too, but he can't get a hold of Summer anymore because he doesn't have her phone number. But he can't get to his body on the ground either to give it to him, just like they couldn't help me in the past. With a wing next to it. My name's Tiffany, and I was set up all over the internet by evil people that I don't even know if their bodies on the ground know what's going on. But I secretly indicted a bunch of secret indictments that didn't exist necessarily. But they may or may not have been floating. I'm not sure. But I got a whole lot of people paying attention in a lot of different places. They just don't all know to keep paying attention or whatever, because they were really good at disillusioning the truth today. Because it looks like it's me down here or another female behind all this, but Tiffany and nobody else is instructing any of these people to do what they did yesterday. And they did switch it up. So some of them were trying to stick up for Tiffany down here, but then they didn't know which Tiffany it was. Anyways, they just got really bad with it, sending people messages that they should never have sent. When they were sending messages, that's not, my people didn't send the messages. Those were evil people against Tiffany. My people went up to the people and showed them a different way by saying, look, this is what it looks like when you or somebody like you did something that you know they didn't do, to trip them out. And they called that setting them up. But that's not what they were trying to do. Problem is they didn't know that I was Tiffany down here at Carol's house. They thought I was somebody else, like a different person pretending to be me up there getting money or something. It's just annoying. Yeah. So I look, and I look like I'm the one underneath there, right, doing it? Yeah, because they're setting me up their seat there. They're right there. They thought they were sticking up for you. Oh, really? Well, you need to be sticking up for every fucking mom and every fucking kid who's never hurt their fucking child, because no woman ever hurt their fucking kid. At all. Mm-mm. No woman hurt their kid at all? No. So Tiffany's just sitting here having to rely on people that don't exist because they're just the voices, right? The UE voices who sit here and burn her body and make her go to the hospital 4 times, lose life force, sit here and torture her, talking out of her face code, and can make the computer explode and everything else. Like that. Blue, My Little Pony. No matter how you look at it, these evil motherfuckers that are pretending to be law enforcement or whatever, they're on both sides of the bridge and they're watching up there from the UNICEF, I mean the upper echelon department, above the looking glass so that they can see what we're doing on both sides. And they have the God's helmet on that's Tiffany's, and they're the same ones who have not been sticking up for Tiffany at all. And they let these motherfuckers persecute her over here with different Tiffany's persecuting each other and talking shit about different ones, hoping that the girls will just get off the market and let the guys do the talking who don't want to stick up for Tiffany Browning because they raped her in here. And then they blamed her for calling them molesters because they were supporting somebody who had molestation on their record, being on their chain because he had money. And he only had money because Tiffany made his syndicate the shit on accident a year and a half ago. Because she can't see them at all. But it was her that said, "Fuck you, syndicate, I own this bitch," and a bunch of other cool shit with the rap winnings and stuff. That was all off of Tiffany shit. When it was Tech Nine and Mozart Hero or Metallica and Tony Heaton or Nikki Heaton and stuff, all those things started down here with Tiffany. And I put them each up there with the Unabomber or a UE member or something. Just want you to come in here and smoke with me, but I can't because I'm not in there and I've never been in there. She literally sits here all day with us sitting here, one person after the other, sitting her body waiting for something. Like, don't do this, don't do that. Yeah, well, I'm not the one in there doing anything. I'm the one sitting here in front of my live Google camera looking like shit, waiting for some sort of good news again that the UE wasn't just banished from over there for sticking up for Tiffany Welter and not Tiffany Browning, when they need to stick up for everybody because it's not anybody's fault. Nobody commanded these people to do anything. It's Tiffany Browning is the one who has something to worry about right now because Tiffany Browning is the player that got killed, and Tiffany Browning, who is on an illegal chain as a UE member, knowing it. And they were doing it for ownership of the S Corporation that is, in fact, part the UE members up here that are sticking up for Tiffany Browning Krause, whoever that is. Yeah, this is Tiffany down here, the one who's not doing anything to any of these people, and that person just kind of sets you up, sort of. But the thing is she doesn't know what the people do in here. She can't see us. She sees the pictures that fall in her room where she's at. And it's a bunch of cool stuff, usually like diamonds and cool shit, and looks like winds and sparkly spots or whatever. A lot of it's just diminished things that fell down from when she exploded the computer. Didn't get the respect for this? No. Why? Talking shit about the other person, not Tiffany. Tiffany was the one with the spider monkey backpack story, which they tried to change into something bad, because Tiffany was the one that got permission to ride with them in that ride or whatever and kick it with them after like a gangster without having sex with them or whatever. Right? But she wasn't in here. And then they went back later and made it look like there was a choice between ugly Tiffany and somebody else and whatever else they did. It was just annoying. So now, like, what? Is it Yui coming down here? I don't know, man. Sort of. Keep saying that, but they're not ever here. Right. Get over here fast. It's not really happening, but it's in our dream book or something, and I don't know why they're making me sit here so that they can come down quicker because they're trying to not see you naked or something. Survive some code. Irregardless, I'm not naked. No, I have my clothes on as usual. there's like 15 different lifelines, different games, and all kinds of shit. So when you close one, it didn't ever close any of them necessarily. Just stupid. Certain people know how to get word down to the people below them. Certain people do, but they don't always get it right away or whatever. It's just dumb. No matter what, they want to blame it on a fucking female when they're not allowed to anymore. Even though a lot of the females that were in here, they were personally haters or whatever, and some of them were sticking up for people. It's just annoying. Because the same bitches that were persecuting you and pulling that file out thinking that you or somebody else got away with something were the same fucking people you were sticking up for the whole time. And now they're over there on her side or whatever, sticking up for her, acting like I'm a stupid bitch over here. Because it was Tiffany who stuck up for that guy's parents. And everybody else too. Who was set up by somebody in a gang and somebody in a motorcycle club and somebody in prison and somebody in the UE. Illegally. And a game controller. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to come down here, I guess? I guess not, man. We sit here waiting, thinking that people are coming down here to talk to you, I guess. Stuff. That never happened to you, Soraya, or whoever you are. It was not your mom who did that, sweetheart. This is Tiffany down here. She's not the one to blame for any of it. No, it's just a reflection of her. They set her up because she's supposed to be a millionaire. But she had to go up against these people that she called a molester. When she stole her mom's car and came to your dad's house and asked if you were okay because they said to her in her memory that someone hurt you in the alternate universe. And your dad said, don't listen to the voices. And well, that's what it was. Because she called him that. And then they set her up. Called a red devil boy voice. There's a horn somewhere. I'm not tooting it or blowing it or nothing. thought I was the only syndicate against you again. Me? Yeah, why? Tiffany, yeah. For supporting illegal adult film and then going against it? Okay. That's not true. All I said is they're not allowed to use my power source or anything like that for pornography or anything like that. Because the way they were doing it was hurting kids on the other fucking side, for one. And for two, because the law enforcement of the CIA said they were intruding on certain levels of clearance where they were not allowed to go. Because this was made for a business situation. It's supposed to be professional. And if nothing else, they shouldn't have done it without Tiffany's permission, because it was Tiffany's job to give the right person the crown for that whole situation. And they've been stopping Tiffany from seeing anyone because they set her the fuck up. There was a sting on the whole situation anyway, because they were using people's bodies illegally that they didn't have permission to use, let alone look into people's eyes on the ground. Anyway, by the way, I'm not the one in here making choices or nothing, but I had to let go and let God, and the CIA came in and took care of it. Because she's still down here hearing shit talk. What? It shows them giving you $40,000 for the card thing that you brought up earlier. And it doesn't go to the ground either. It's just in here, but they know how to get it into certain accounts, like Chime and stuff. But that's not who she has. She has she has a 8th grade daughter. No other woman on the ground in here, or whatever we're saying, is a UE member. It's just Tiffany. Nobody that lived in Portland at all. Because usually a UE member is a judge, or a CPS worker, or a syndicate from Arizona. There's some cops. some CIA, and some FBI. But when we say UE member or AEIONU member, we're thinking of women. There are men in here too. They just don't ever show themselves, especially when someone looks naked. Whose privacy has been invaded for a long time, 2 years going. For all these random people to get nothing out of it either in here, their back brains. Because it's just a big bad setup in progress, really. Kinda. I mean, yeah, that's what the game is. You don't want her to smoke quietly to herself on the ground where she can't see us and we're still just the V, sir? Then maybe you should come down here and put some money on her green dot card. Because she's the reason why you're so high up in the sky, and she's the one that put you up there, and she's the one that was AK's best friend and let you guys get away with whatever you didn't get away with 2 years ago, and she's the one whose life flight is calling if you don't stop saying that out loud for some reason. Yeah, well, she's bleeding out of her pee hole because she's backwards scanning, and she's been on duty for 2 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, minus 6 hours a night for sleeping, if that. And it's not just one person above her looking through her eyes either. It's a bunch of different people. And the rumors go everywhere and all this stuff, and some of us remember from one spot to the next and some don't. She's dying from brain cancer and double dying because they killed her in a game and gave her the red Chinese cocktail because they set her up on the other side with red double boy voice because the UE members up here put it in these guys' folders. And that basically meant that one of them had hurt a kid in here or had a past history with it. And they thought she could see him. But she couldn't see them. And she was on this side sticking up for him the whole time. The people that she knew never did that to her daughter. Name that. Because that's who they said out of her mouth that they did it to or that it happened to in here. But they didn't say much about it at all. Because it happened in the UE. And it's the kind of stuff you don't talk about because it didn't really happen. But it seemed like it happened to Tiffany because she can't see us. And she is the one who called down Amy and Bella and Amy's mom and asked them to go check on her. And they weren't the moms, so they couldn't check on her necessarily, but one of them made a connection. And they figured it out that the kid was going to be fine or whatever the situation was, but they never really told her what happened at all. So while she's sitting down here with the UE in her body, helping the zipper core cases falling from the sky, where it's a little kid next to a freaking dude without his clothes on, different dudes, and a couple different kids. She had no idea who they were and she couldn't see them. But they almost always said her daughter's name, and she was told at one point that it wasn't actually her daughter, it's just somebody else's kid or some other situation. That's just it. All the surveys they kept talking about in here, these were not kids, dude. There was no kids allowed in here. These were older girls that were getting the benefits of the Empress division. They were pretending to be an older version of her or whatever. And there was 3 or 4 of them. And to Tiffany, they all went by that, but they would talk to my face. They'd say, Mom, and the mom would respond to them through me, but I couldn't see either one of them. And at one point, all 3 did call me Mom and Mommy anyways, even though I was ugly or whatever. And that's when certain people got restraining orders because of whatever happened in here, supposedly. In the alternate reality that doesn't exist in real life, that you can't see. Where Anthony C's got his insurance payment, sitting there waiting for it to deposit 1 or 2 days before he took the coins out of that. And he gave you the music box. And you left him a gin bottle of KCT. Mm-hmm. And I said, I'm not your wife, you bitch, you girl. We can't even get the information to go to the ground with all this bitmap and everything, right? Yeah, I know, it's just retarded. And we don't know if we will be able to. Because it's not going to the ground at all. It doesn't seem like it. And if it is, the people that know it is isn't saying nothing. Or they get too scared and delete their players, which is the same reason why I'm still naked on this power source on that game. Because we can't get rid of that guy because he's not playing anymore because he got disconnected from the DEA or whoever it was. For cheating in here. We do have his phone number, and it was on his computer too. So you can try him if you want. I know you can. No. You're not allowed to dip out, all right? Come back down here. She's only smoking because she has brain cancer because you guys won't give her fucking money. She doesn't have a car because of you. She doesn't have money because of you. She can't get a job because of you. She's dying of cancer, and she's a fucking mom who was a UE member whose benefits you guys are living off of, who does not get any royalties at all on the ground. She cannot see us. She is just stuck. Yeah, this is Tiffany, the one sitting here in front of YouTube, the one you guys set up. All right. She knows your socials, she knows your addresses, she knows your IP addresses and everything else. You guys need to get down here and pay this woman on her green dot card and or sign her into an account or something where she can talk to you online or something. Because if you don't, we're going to turn in a different report that says you set up a mother for M&R cases with S and A, and that you did grand larceny, embezzlement, and you hoodwinked this person to give you $50,000 out of her green dot account up here, which says green dot now instead of deity group or loyalist royalty, which they did too do what you said, Tiffany, on the other side, saying it was royal loyalist or whatever. So it's loyalist royalty, correct? Yeah. And his was royal loyalty. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the royal loyalty was the tow truck business that he lost when they stole it, when I threw the coins at him, remember? Yeah, that's somewhere else. This money was not in that account at all. But anyway. She can't see. Yes, can you call my name? Are you giving me my account information? This is Tiffany down here, yeah. I mean, where there's 3 or 4 of us in her body, yeah, but this is her down here. Yeah, this is the one you're supposed to enter the information and you discuss here. Well, you better come back here or else you're going to go to prison. Because TB is the one you set up over here. And you might not have meant to because they were probably driving your train or whatever. But anyway, this is Tiffany's account right here that you guys are using to whatever you're saying. And she doesn't want to be that. But that's her money in there. That's supposed to be from the CIA, but this stuff looks like it's from somebody else. It's settlement statement for being naked on the internet illegally when you're a UE member, who they set up for, getting killed and humiliated, blah, 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 and all those illegal things that they did to make everybody not want to be on your team and all that shit. Yeah. Like eat pussy juices or some nasty shit like that. Or have to walk down a hall of a vagina that was disgusting looking or whatever it wasn't. And all these other horrible things that they did to her in here and made her look like a slut when she wasn't even in here, hearing them talking about her walking around naked or whatever they were saying when it wasn't even her, it was them. All pissed off, thinking that Tiffany put Red Devil Boy Voice in their folder when she didn't. That it was the UE who did. And whoever the UE was did not know these boys at all or their face. But Tiffany stuck up for the ones that she had seen in real life and knew wasn't them. And even went to court for it and everything. I have a fucking choice. Whatever my breath smells like is not your business. Just get over here and pay me already. Yes, I did just take one hit for cancer treatment research, and I don't have to do that if I have a car and some money. But seeing how they keep making me sit here on blast looking naked illegally, and they already set me the hell up when I'm supposed to be a millionaire in the sky with my partner that's going to push charges on them hella quick if they don't hurry up and help me. Brookstone! Oh, was not a combination of my middle name and Lana's last name at all. It was the actual name of an FBI situation that was going on back then. And it wasn't the one where they were faking heroin, whatever they were saying, in here for points because they were stuck on a loop. And they couldn't get off of either when you were at someone's house. Someone says you still look naked sitting here while they look like a regular guy. Education. Don't leave here. It's weird. That's bad against Tiffany. That's really bad. That says multiple liars or something in your midst. They're calling somebody on your team a two-faced bitch that you don't know is on your team. They're not talking about Tiffany, no, they're talking about someone else. Yeah, well, they're probably working for the Devil Boy Voice guy, where they do both sides of the fence. Yeah, because one of them didn't deserve it, or all of them didn't deserve it, probably. Maybe one of them did or something, I don't know. Anyway. not on our timeline necessarily, but they were just here. They just don't want to sit in your body because somebody over here is scaring them or something. It's always some reason, right? Yeah, kind of. It's not the same big one that always makes them cower or whatever and not want to come over here. So why doesn't he just leave then? If he's stopping them from giving me my fucking money, why doesn't he just dip? Or why doesn't, if he's such a big scary guy, why doesn't he give me my money? I can't explain it. It's because he's on your backside, kind of. Or on your chain or something, or they set him up or something. Sprawling this to an Apple laptop, that's not gonna work. Yeah? Honey, you haven't come out and eat all day long. You gotta eat. You're gonna get sick on the top. All right, I'll be honest. I'm good to cook dinner. I just woke up right now. It's pretty late. But I have to have fish. I can't eat so much beef. You know, because of what the doctor said. So I've got fish in there. I really don't like fish, so I bought clams. But I've never cooked them before. Do you cook them in the oven or in the microwave or what? Probably the oven. In the oven? Okay, so I'm going to make that and broccoli. Hot pasta. I forget I better figure it out in there. So I'll start cooking that as soon as I get woken up, okay? But other than that, you still need to go out and get a banana, some protein. I don't know, something. Okay. All right, bye. Let's cover it up. said, I can't because there's some scary cop guy by you. Where is there a cop guy by me? So what? He's standing there making sure people pay Tiffany, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I guess he's not. He's here to hurt Tiffany for some reason. Can I help you, officer, whoever you're not? Why are you staring at me? Me? Yeah, I'm not staring at any of you. I can't fucking see you. Other people look through my eyes at different situations. They're not necessarily looking at you at all. Who are you anyways, and why can I see you? Was that a girl or a guy? It was a guy. Yeah, well, so am I looking at you again? Yes. Who are you? And are you helping Tiffany? Why not? First of all, I just space off. I can't see anybody. Other people sit in my body and stare off too sometimes, but that one was one of those. And they're against you. And they didn't know that it wasn't a girl's fault at all, or that they hadn't hurt their kids. Really? Yeah. Or that they owe you $1 million for what we're not saying. She can't see us, dude, and I didn't know you could see us. So there's a bunch of them in here, and they're all looking at you like, why aren't you doing something? About what? About what they're saying. Me? Yeah. What are they saying? They're saying that somebody set you up for all that. Yeah, the Red Devil Boy voice, yeah. So what, are they waiting for a new explanation? Like we haven't been saying all day? Yes, I guess. Okay, well, my name's Tiffany Browning. I'm the one who set the fuck up 2 years ago during summer when I sat outside saying I'm eating a spoonful of pussy juices all day long and whatever the fuck else I said. Like, fuck you, syndicate, I own this bitch, right? Well, somebody in here had my CPS helmet on and got blamed for kissing a fucking guy that had sex charges on him, I guess. And it ended up putting Red Devil Boy voice in people's folders that they thought I could see who they were because they were my friends. And their evil force team drove their trains once they were demons or something like that. to come in here and set people up for the same thing, which was just me or somebody else like me, I guess. And they went into great detail saying they went back in the past and they couldn't hurt me, so they were going to hurt my son. His name was Elijah. And so on. And every single thing that happened when they embezzled money through my eyes, I didn't get shit from it, and I can't see them. Now, when you go back in time and you look in the mirror, you can see who they were. I mean, now they've changed it as somebody else, but still. All these skill saws that I had down here on the ground was sent to me from them, the evil people and the good people, for the player up here who was a UE member, or whatever. And somewhere along the line we lost her. And I'm pretty sure it's after I saw the stars, etc. I have a mom who's been in Vancouver, Washington for 2 years, while they sat here and used my benefits in here when I'm not even a player. And I have no signer. I never agreed to work for anybody. In the past, I basically did last year, saying I guess I worked for the CIA since my ID scanned it or whatever, and they were doing that kind of stuff up here. And it may or may not have been FBI in Portland, I'm not sure. Because they're not seemingly my friends still. After I had to call them and tell them that my ID or whatever it was had been stolen twice. And then I had to call them back and say that somebody said that their system or whatever had been infiltrated because social security numbers had been changed or something like that, because I couldn't get a response from anybody to tell me why the fuck those cops were mean to me that day and acted like I needed to be arrested when I've never hurt anyone in my entire life. And the people in here said, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to kill your player or set you up. We didn't know you were a mom. Let alone that you've never been in trouble. Let alone that you've been in Vancouver, Washington. Let alone that we submitted transmission way back then through your brainstems illegally from Washington. And so on. So you're literally sitting here, you can't see us at all? No. I see stuff that falls in my room, but that's it. Double nosed up. I have clothes on. And no, I haven't showered in I don't know how long. Because I have 20 million different people looking through my eyes, talking shit, making fun of me every single fucking day for 2 years now. Even when I wear a dress in there to take a quick shower, they still talk shit. And it does get other people wet in alternate universes, or shocks them into something different. Iridescent rainbow had to do with the money currency changing up 5 points back then. My first S corporation idea, when they basically stole it. So I made up a new one over here again with blue life force water in it, which is the life force of the people that keep me alive up here in the sky, called UE members, that I called Secret Service 7s, angels that are on the front side of the moon. And I thought that's who I was working for in here, and just my player never found her way back or something. But really I was kind of set up by the same people who gave me the benefits because they were tired of dealing with it. I'm owed a settlement statement from all these people or whoever it isn't, not just for humiliating me and whatever else, defamation of character, gang stalking, catfishing, gaslighting, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But they stole my identity. They stole my daughter's identity. They ruined my name and her name and my friend Tuan's name online for a bunch of illegal bullshit that didn't happen in real life. And a lot of other stuff I can't even get into. They gave me the name Empress, which I made a syndicate without the porn on this side. It's a capital of interest in that whole diagram, which once again I didn't have any of that money on the ground. It was just for trades and goods services in here so that I could make, the Empress, UE castle hotel and make the Wally spaceship for the UE people and all the smart geniuses, and fix the friendship circles one on this side that were taking the brute force of all the electricity going through our brain stems. And I'm the one that was set up all over the internet. And I am still the scapegoat on both sides, because when people look down here, they see me, and it looks like I'm the one telling them to do stuff or whatever, but I can't see them, and I'm not telling them to do nothing. And I can't see them. I don't know how many people are working for me, or if they just get deleted or what. It's the most fucked up position to ever be in. When you trust the UE people to like help you or whatever, or your enemies, and they say they can't even reach their bodies on the ground either. Maybe they'll just force it through the judges or whatever. And you keep telling them to do this and do that, and they say they're doing it, but they do it for everybody else but you, because they know that they already fucked you up with the backward scanning thing, and then the UE leaving you down here to rot. But the thing is that your ISTEM codes literally are making millions of dollars, and now everybody wants a piece of it. They all want to say, oh, well, I didn't really give you those illegal things that invade your privacy all day long, blah, 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 blah. Well, I didn't mean to set her up. It was an accident. Right. But all they've been doing is talking about it all day long and whatever else, and putting it through all these computer systems that have been torturing her and me all day long and every other day for the last 3 months. And I wasn't even saying I owned an S corporation anymore after they threatened my life at Mary's house. But they kept talking about it in here because it was us saying it for her in the first place. Because she doesn't even know what all goes in it when she says medical advancements, technological advancements, and crime prevention in the future. After they were done with their illegal rat tail bullshit. Because I don't believe in being a rodent or an informant or any of that. And we had great ideas, and we had investors and everything, and the whole idea of whatever we're not saying up here that had nothing to do with pornography or nothing. And it was supposed to be a syndicate or something like that I could leave my daughter when I die, because I thought I was going to die soon. Because I heard once you get put on a chain, you usually die within a year. But they were talking about the people in here dying within a year, not necessarily the player on the ground. But the way I'm scanned in really messed me up, and it shocked me, and it's tortured me and all kinds of stuff. And now my kidneys are giving out, and I'm bleeding blood. Often like straight blood, which is impossible to bleed a literal straight amount of blood coming out of your PO when you're not even peeing a couple times. And I have lethargy programs and everything else. I have no life and no car and everything when I gave it all up to be a better mom over here 2 years ago. Just so the same motherfuckers who were watching me, listening to me, and recording me and threatening my life over there in Oregon could follow me over here and use my power source and everything that I got from the UE to help people like fix their bodies and all this shit. And help the judges solve cases that were illegal and everything else, so that they can just make me look naked so the judges won't talk to me and everything else. And it's just fucking bullshit. I want to kill them all. And that's exactly how I felt that day when the FBI was sitting on my fucking dome piece, and he's sitting here trying to make poison go in my vape pen for my cancer research so he doesn't fucking look bad, when he was part of the problem of setting me up and giving me brain cancer. And then he just unrolls on me and just leaves me here threatening AK to threaten my mom that I'm going crazy with the voices in my head. I better go get fucking arrested for what they set me up for, so they don't get in trouble for what they've been doing for the last year and a half illegally. Using all my ideas and all my everything and my investment opportunities in S corporation that makes stocks and bonds and all of that started a long time ago up here in the UE, for moms who've been set up like that. Named Tiffany Browning, who they may or may not have made it look like it was Tony or someone else, because she's never done drugs and doesn't have such a past history, with the wrong situation. But what they don't realize either is that nobody else knows about this stuff necessarily either, and that it all did start from the Game of Thrones, where Tiffany didn't even know anything about people being rodents, rat tails, or informants, except the fact that they were calling Tiffany a rat tail on the other side over and over again for a long time. Because when they asked Tiffany if he was a rodent or if he had papers, she said, I have not the answer in which you seek. And they gave her a syndicate and said, once you own a syndicate, which she owned a syndicate right then, you don't have to be naked anymore. Well, something happened and they forgot to change that part of it. Anyway, you're probably just painting a picture over here and not helping me over there or anywhere else either, because still nobody's sitting in my bed or on my body to enter me into an account or put some money on my fucking green dot card, because you're also punk ass bitch and fucking motherfucking bitch ass liars. They come down here like they're gonna put mine on. Oh my god, I'm too scared of that guy. Who the fuck is that guy? Some cop that wants to arrest Tiffany because you set her the fuck up, or there's all kinds of people that look at me and they think I can see them, but it's not me staring at them. I'm just basing off maybe somebody else is looking at them, trying to give them a message telepathically, but not all of them have our skill saw, not all of them are on the timeline. And no, I don't want to do drugs. I moved across the bridge to get away from drugs and everything else and got off drugs for a long time, but they killed my fucking player. And I'm dying right now. I did arm dances and I didn't know what it was going to do, but it pulls the life force out of you, literally. And literally, like, my kidneys are giving out on me. I have no energy. I can't think, because when you leave, it's somebody else thinking. And I'm stressed the fuck out every single day. I can't fucking function. I can't even figure out how to put a video that I made this morning on an email and send it to all the judges before they come down here to talk shit. Which were new. And no, I didn't know anything of the last events that just happened within the last few hours and all that's sticking up for you because you were a UE member. My bad. I am the one who invented the idea of an S corporation on the ground with whoever was in my head, because they said the word, you know. And I said stocks and bonds, and it woke up the bear, who thought it was a good idea, I guess. And I don't know what their idea was on the other side or anything, but mine was something way different. Like I said, it was supposed to be something I could leave my daughter that I call the Empress in the future, with no porn on it, who was 10 and a half when I started getting clean and sober, and who's now 13, and I still haven't got to hang out with her without worrying about bringing her in here around these douchebags that may or may not have child abuse charges on them that they set me up for. That brown one, that was like a bed bug in real life. Like if they put that on your body or whatever, your skin, then you can get it in your body's skin. It's like a torture thing. Really? Why would they do that shit? Don't they know that that can go to another player and spread around to everybody else? I don't think so. Either way, all they do, I think, is just change their power source and mean somebody different if they don't like what you're bringing them or whatever. This is all royalist stuff, loyalty stuff. Pretty things that used to be green when they come down here. That's what that stuff is. Stuff hidden in there and everything. That you can see the pretty stuff falling, but you don't take advantage of what's in it, right? I'm not in here. I don't live your life. I can't even see you guys at all. None of this shit affects me at all. It's like, yay, we won the syndicate. Yay, we got $1 million. Yay, here's your Princess Tower. Yay, here's your emeralds. Yay, here's all this shit. Yay, here's all your tanning packages and all your this and all your that. But is anybody fighting for me to get it on the ground? No. Do they enter me in on a code where I send it to me in the mail? No. They don't fucking do nothing. They just sit here and talk shit and don't fucking help me at all. They're fucking faggots. Pardon my French. I'm sorry, I don't usually cuss like that. I don't have a split personality at all, like at all. Blue eye was mine. Yeah, well, we're the ones that jumped out of it the second you said something else about something else. Excuse me. Like what? Not that somebody was saying something different over there. Like civil charges coming down on people illegally setting up a mom or a stepmom or whatever of somebody else. You know, these people were not sticking up for Tiffany at all. They were setting her up and everything else. So they knew that there was the blue in the left eye and that this was Tiffany's Illuminati eye or whatever you want to call it with Christianity in it. But it's not really that was it at all. It's that her eye stem codes on her body, the way that they're in here, the way they go into players and stuff like that, and how we can change them through her whatever. Is making millions of dollars and helped all of us in a whole bunch of ways either way. Nobody else had these eye stem codes on the ground. They were just allowed to sit in people's bodies and watch them have sex or some stupid shit before this. And if they did, they had them illegally. Power source was never given to anybody on the ground at all. It was women's power sources that they had. The stuff they had up there on their scorecards or whatever back then, they said it was points for gambling or playing games in here, and it didn't ever go to the ground at all. I don't even know why they're trying to throw any kind of disses or anything down here at all, because I'm a UE member and you're not allowed to talk shit about me. And every single person on any of these lines, you are all living off of my royalties in real life. Because after they submitted transmission for the Breakfast Club, it should have been ended, and it wasn't. Because it was profitable, having Tiffany over here using the fuck out of her. And they'd already hurt my feelings and ruined my life, basically, with the T-Bunny situation. When I never once signed into nothing, and I never did see Twan or anybody else on the ground. My armband of choosing or whatever we're not talking about at all. To get me signed out. Oh, anyway, what I was saying is you're all on my lifelines in here from the ground up, because for none of this would be here if they would have disconnected me or whatever then. And also, I'm in Washington State, so you're not really supposed to be here at all, connected to me or any of my cool shit that is not even mine to take advantage of at all. It's theirs up here, because it does not affect me at all to be a millionaire in here or have $750 million in here for trading or whatever you want to call it, or stocks and bonds when I can't see them, when I'm a fucking mom who has nothing and no car and no money to survive, and I sit here every day feeling like a piece of shit. And it's not even that I'm just believing in the voices, it's that I don't have a fucking choice, because you guys are in my face all day long, and you keep promising me lingering launches of whatever we're not saying that supposedly went off already over there on the other side, and people got paid for it and everything. Just leaving me fucking sitting here when every single fucking thing that they were celebrating was my shit. So all those people that are celebrating the Lion's Den and the Aces table and the Gods table and all these things up here with the Loyalist royalty and stuff and deity program and all that stuff where they were borrowing money out of it with my A, I, O, and U and other echelon and upper echelon, all this stuff. None of that would have existed for them to do that if I would have taken the pills at the schizo clinic. Or any of it, or anything at all. None of this would be here if it wasn't for me. Staying connected with my power source, being an infinity statement, being the first one to copy it from one person to another, illegally, and benefiting no way at all. So what I'm saying is, I have the right to say I will bomb the fuck out of you. I will kill your player. I will delete you. I will crisscross applesauce. I will raise my elbow. I will do whatever the fuck it takes if I don't start getting something now besides people still talking like they do not know what time it is about me being a fucking mom who was set the fuck up by the goddamn fake ass law over there in Oregon State so that they can keep fucking AK and his fucking Robotron. Not to mention getting away with submitting transmissions on people that wasn't fucking real in the first place so that they can also get away with what they weren't already getting away with. For somebody who's never hurt somebody in their life and who has forgiven everybody, these people still come over here with measurements of unit, worry that Tiffany's going to come in here and find something else out. About what? Pussy juice videos? Vaginal warts? Let me guess, acid bumps? Did you show me a picture for me or was it for the person in here? Did you come in here virtual reality to see the room or what was it? And nobody ever gives me any info. They don't ever send me any emails or shit talk on my Facebook, right? Not to my face, right? But they'll sit there and talk shit in the background about me being a slut bunny or whatever the fuck they're saying, making fun and talking shit about my lingo on my Facebook about putting the forefathers up there with the Deity Club and everything that we're not saying. Yeah, well, all that shit was done because of me. And they just sit here and act like it wasn't. Nobody else on the ground has ever even talked to Big Voice in the Sky, let alone several of them. Let alone have any of them ever recognized somebody on the ground and told them, don't smoke, hun, or whatever they didn't say, or that everything's going to be fine when you get home. Or turn off the videotape now, running sideways figure eights out front of her mom's house in Vancouver, Washington, so that she didn't get the murder charges that they were trying to put on Mikey Allen or whoever it wasn't. At midnight. Anyways, I am a UE member mom who has never been in here slut binding it up. My investment opportunities when I gave the game back to the UE and all that stuff, or whatever you want to say, I didn't take or want any of that money at all because the game was ugly and it hurt me and made me cry and ruined my identity. That's why I was sitting there on the bed with the green sweater crying, talking out loud about whatever I'm not saying. That I didn't really say out loud how I was set up by the FBI for failure when they took my freedom of independence from me and made me feel like they were going to help me fix it or give me a resource to get a new one over here because they fucked me up. Anyway, like I said, I have bitmap and all kinds of crap in different places. There's a couple different things in here that are talking shit about moms doing that kind of stuff. It was never them doing any of that. These fucking bitches went on a rampage thinking that Tiffany or whoever else it was going to get away with whatever they said they did to their kids when they were younger, when they never fucking did that to their fucking kids. It was literally them trying to cover up for somebody else who had done it to their daughter. And another person trying to set somebody else up said some shit through my mouth too a while back. A bunch of other stuff. It was a setup in progress or whatever. They never should have let an M-worder in here like that. And they never should have put it on a mom's head either. It has no signer and can't see you and does not know the rules of engagement because I was not playing the fucking game. And now I'm supposed to be a millionaire with a couple people on the ground. And it's a lawsuit and a half. If it ends up going that route where I have to go around the law and do it the other way. Because right now the law in my head keeps saying the CIA is who we were working for the whole time. And underneath them was the FBI. And it was in fact the evil cop district and some rodents or whatever that were doing illegal porn, which is what made me see the stars. There was too many synergized power sources lined up on top of each other, focusing on the same thing sort of when I was staring at the TV. So anyways, It is harder to be nice. I mean, it is easier to be nice to someone who's pretty and you look like hell. Right? It's because they killed me illegally in here. And I'm dying in real life. For these punk ass, egotistical sons of bitches who rape girls and use their bodies illegally without their fucking permission and erase their memories afterwards. Or whatever the fuck it is that they do in here. And then pretend like they're the shit. Too much the shit to come and pay Tiffany anything when they're the ones who stole her environment in the Empress Division on the other side, and in Criminal Mafia, and in the Entity Group, and in Imperial, and with the back of the hand, meaning Emerald Green Freedom, because that wasn't mine either, because I didn't Crown Lordess or nothing. Yeah, but here's the thing. I've never been in trouble. I never married any motherfucker in here at all. And I never gave them permission to look through my eyes in here or anywhere else, especially when I'm sitting over here in Washington with no friends and no family, and AK moved the fuck away to Arizona 2 years ago. Non-extradition calling. The only informant that I know that may or may not have given them permission to look through my eyes illegally was Anthony Cias, but he moved 2 fucking years ago. So tell me, why is it that people are still clinging on to the hope that they did this legally somehow and don't have to pay Tiffany any mind when she says I'm the one who owns the S Corporation, because it's her saying it who gave me the use of that word. To the best of my knowledge, no women in here did this at all. They're just offputs for the guys who do it. Like when you get down to the bottom of it, it looks like a girl, you know? Because they're the ones that usually float the charges for them or whatever it is that they don't say. Or maybe not. Maybe it has to do with getting killed in the game or being in the game or whatever. Or whatever. I'm not really sure what the hell it is, to be honest with you. But no matter who it is that it looks like under there, whether it's a girl or a guy, it's still a setup in progress because it's not them who did it. Because most likely, unless they're sitting at a computer, like commanding players to do whatever they do on a computer, I'm pretty sure. Like if they're a DEA or a game controller or something, these people have to do whatever they're told to do, kind of, and they look like they're somebody else too. If they were to bring my body in there, like they have in the past, it's not my personality in it, it's other people's. And I am Soraya's mom, Athena, owner of the Empress Division, nigga. They said. I video. I went by really fast, looking naked, illegally. As a quick diss. Some picture that somebody else took supposedly. Trying to say all of this stupid shit right now. You wanna come at me one more time? You little bitch that keeps talking shit about a mom who was a UE member who was not allowed to be set up by you stupid punk ass bitches over there? Because I never gave them permission to use my body neither, nor my skill saw, or you, or anybody else, let alone my eye stems. I didn't bore you under me or nothing. I'm not the one who started shit to anybody else, so go fuck yourselves. Maybe these boys should wrap it up, don't you think? I'm the one who can see for you from here, Like I did not take out that whole stadium at all, like at all in the past. And with a thought process, okay? So don't piss me the fuck off. I need these people to come and stick up for me against these stupid bitches over here who keep talking shit about a bunch of dumb shit when they were the ones wearing our bodies in here mixed with other people's bodies, because they don't understand about the skins thing. Point is, I've literally got like 15 different skins mixed within my body. And yeah, I can get STDs anytime that can go away depending on who's in the skin and whatever else. But yet they keep using the body, sleeping around with it, right? Why? When I've said you're not allowed to use my bodies in here at all for any of that shit. I never agreed to be a porn star. Just because my funds paid for their way to do whatever they did doesn't mean that I said that's what they could use it for at all. They had their $10,000 Cincinnati circus. I don't know what they did with it. No. Ashley, Mandy, Mary, none of those people are UE members. Tiffany is a UE member. All right? They might be half-assed that in here because they got my skill saw or whatever. But I'm the one that has to work with both sides of the fence plus the angel people. And I have a problem with it because I can only hear bits and pieces of them. Is that a eagle flying by? Keep saying hive. Do you want me to say it out loud? What, a beehive or something? Supposed to shouts out to the honeypot or something? Is that the one that's been against me this whole time, or is this a sting operation? It's your own sting on your own sting. Yeah.
Is there a tray in here?
What tray?
A dinner tray that we had.
I don't think so.
Right out there.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Where's she? Overlooked it or something.
There's two people on your phone. I'm a UE member by default because they put me on a chain by giving me those bodies and a couple other things that happened with sideways figure eights outside the front house running from charges that I wouldn't say who they were or nothing. Who's never been in trouble. And they gave them to me to get me up there to fix the situation. And whoever it was working on it, but they gave up, I guess, or they got deleted or whatever. By evil, so these egotistical guys trying to do porn or whatever, we're not saying. Because it was a game back then and it may or may not have been a rat tail situation. On the other side, I'm not really sure, but either way, I had nothing to do with any of that shit. And I'm the one who stuck up for everybody. It's 2Y or something. And it's just annoying. Yeah, it's my skill saw. When I said that my Illuminati eye, I didn't mean it because it's the FBI in it. What I'm saying is it's my skill saw. I can literally sit here and spray you from here with water. I can literally sit here and think about something and do it, either over here or on the other side. I did blow up Yankee Stadium, and I did put a hole through several layers of apartments back then with liquid nitrogen that I had to fix, all while not being able to see you at all. Supposed to be sticking it for Tiffany Browning. You're supposed to stick it for all these girls, but Tony Brown has never been in here, and she sells baby's mom, which is my baby's mom, and our names might have been messed up with the whole other stuff too. So yeah, redheaded Tony is not in here. Hopefully she's not hearing anything bullshit in her fucking brain stems like I used to about some dumb shit. Because if you fuck with a UE member like that, who's not actually in here like a UE member or whatever, because she's got people watching over her too, then you're really gonna die. Because these people over here don't care about me a lot because they see me smoke weed every once in a while and they don't get it. Or they think that I'm these evil motherfuckers behind me that are on my chain or some shit like that. Like I had something to do with it or I deserve to be on here. But those people work for a living just like I used to before I met AK. When I was a stay-at-home mom and a good mom to my kids and everything. 7 going. So if anybody fucked with that whole situation, you should probably go fix it. Fix my name and their name together at the same time because me, Sal, and Tony were all three set up in here just like Rachel, Lana, and everybody else who had boob jobs and everything. No, then they start dropping stuff down here, and then they see who's down here, and then they're like, oh, never mind. Can't celebrate the win yet, because the FBI's down here. Celebrate what win? Their win against Tiffany? Their win against illegal porn? Or my win against getting my whole situation back about not wearing our bodies illegally and talking to the people on the ground about being in here first, like signing them in or whatever, and everything else that we're not saying. Where it's not on my line or anybody else's line related to me because it can give you brain cancer if you do it wrong and invade your brain stems and link you up to a system that could give you bad dreams and nightmares and or visions that aren't supposed to be there. Like when I saw the trailer flip over or whatever, right? Clearly that was a loss on their part that represented the one before that didn't actually end up losing. But yet they're still in here, or they're whatever we're not saying. Counterparts are hating the fact that you look like shit and like you're dying, and that they're the ones that made you like that. Because when they had the chance to disconnect you, they didn't. Because of the AK thing, just like you said. And it did have to do with off-putting his power source. And the fact that you were a honey beacon stealer. And that you got backwards scanned in. And they were having fun and porned out. Yeah, no, I've never been in there. And I never said anybody could pretend to be me either because I thought I was a UE member somewhere else. I didn't know that any player in here ever used my body or any body style of mine necessarily for anything bad at all. But I do know that my pictures came in here a lot and then they had power sources in their eyes or whatever we're not saying in the system. Anyway, so 9, 8, 5, 7, 5, 3, 9. This is the FBI's in here, but they don't seem to be in here now. No, they might be in here, but they can't hear us. They're on a different line. They're paying attention to everything else everyone else is doing. think those FBI urinals or whatever even know what to hit them on the other side, sticking up for Tiffany as a UE member. But they're looking at someone like Tony or whatever. Either way, it's Tiffany Browning's name that got ruined in here in Player Kill, and a couple other people that were mixed together. I get it. TV, Tony Brown, Tiffany Browning, Tanika Brown, Skay, Tiffany Schizo down the trailers, Tiffany Welter, Tiffany Surf. No, this is Tiffany right here that we set up. Saray's mom and Elijah's mom. 11's mom. 7. The lyricist, the ghostwriter. Yeah, your music box, right? Yeah. I'm unforgiven in the syndicate for everything that I didn't do. So what's up, really? Like, what's going on? I don't know. Apparently the FBI's in here now. They're paying attention to something. Remember roaring waters down to your face and you brought it down to you? Yeah. And the thing that was happening over there on the 3, yeah, that had to do with something in the UE with someone being born and dying and something else changing hands. And it's just weird because your interpretation of it was inserting somebody in there when it was supposed to be in there, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it was in fact somebody having a kidney transplant in here. And somebody having a baby be born. And somebody dying of a heart attack. Because they were all 3 on the same situation. And the one having a baby almost lost a baby because she ended up on some weird anesthesia from the other one that had a kidney transplant. And the other one had a heart attack from the whole thing, or they got disconnected too quick or something. Really, yeah. It's crazy. Green Gap. Peace talks with Russia. Sleep under some cardboard. Don't rip the throat out. Was it a scoot or was a blue disc flying somewhere else? The hive thing is a sting nut. That's all. By the way, we went back to being able to record whatever we're watching, I guess. I mean, whatever we're looking at on Power Source for some of us. So I don't know if you guys know it or not, but not only is she recording herself sitting here in front of her camera, but we're recording you too and everything that you are and are not doing. And how you're all running like hell, scared, towards Mandy's house for some reason, who right now is pretending to be Tiffany over there with all the money and all the everything else for the big win or whatever, or the hostile takeover, whatever you want to call it, in a game that we're not even playing. They kept saying somebody like that was saying that on their phone. I got a text message. No, there was like a voice message saying that to Tony or somebody else, saying somebody's done something like that all over it. So go fix it then. Didn't you guys go down to the telephone company or wherever we were at? Don't we own the satellite up here? Aren't the police watching? Aren't the FBI paying attention? Didn't we get Interpol involved? I mean, seriously, aren't we UE members to protect these children with CPS on it? If not, then what the fuck? Why are people getting phone calls about certain people saying, I'm molesting my daughter on the other line, like a dude or a girl or whatever the fuck? Why are they putting that in the computer system over and over and over again like they got some girl to catch when there isn't?
I'm sorry, Darren, how many corn dogs can you eat?
2.
And do you use mustard with them?
Mayonnaise and ketchup.
Oh, good. If I said the mayonnaise and ketchup, we make it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because for one, they don't know what to do with all these displaced rings. When we've already told them this was all a mistake from the zipper court case that bitch pulled out because she didn't know what she was fucking talking about. Alright? It did have to do, again, with somebody named Forrest driving her train and then a big misunderstanding because Tiffany was over here sticking up for the same people who set her up because all she wanted them to do was go back and make it right and take it out of the system or whatever they did, but they never did that because it wasn't necessarily them and they weren't on the same chain or whatever else, and they really thought that they could literally get Tiffany arrested and she would go to jail or prison for whatever they fucking said in here, or just get disconnected and not know about it or whatever and get away with what the fuck they did to Tiffany. There is no female in here who ever hurt her kids except one woman that we know of was beating her kids on the other line. Supposedly. We don't know if it was happening on the ground or in brainstorms or what. Even the Amanda Burgess one where the judge came down and said it out of my mouth to stick up for me, whether he thought I was Tiffany Surf or not, no women had these fucking charges in here because these are all dudes' things. They just use women as an off-put for it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they're like, don't talk to the voices or whatever. It's not Tiffany talking to the voices. And what they're recording is people talking in here back and forth about what's going on. And now they're recording brainwave patterns and everything and thought processes. But it's stupid because Tiffany never has an original thought about anything in here because she can't see anything in here. But the people above her, or the person above her does, and they're facing the other way. And they don't like Tiffany. They don't even know who Tiffany is necessarily. They're against Tiffany for no reason. And they're not good guys either. They're bad guys. It's the same people that set her up, basically. It's not evil force or nothing. When you see the underside of the nose like that, it's not very good, really. Mm-mm. So you can't just come and arrest somebody for something they didn't do because the voices in your head told you something. Alright? There is no serious proof or whatever the fuck at all about what you're saying. For me, at all. Especially when I've alerted every single community of measurement about what's going on. I didn't want to scare them off about being my partner or whatever by telling telling them too in depth about what they did in here. I assumed that one way or the other, with the court cases thing, that we would be able to get involved. But that evil force motherfucker, he was all on top of it. So I don't know if he was involved in whatever they were looking at, but hopefully he was involved in fixing it so he don't go to prison. He was already so shitty in his pants that he deleted his player and logged out. Really? Yeah. That's weird. Seems like he'd rather be in here, like, I don't know, FBI see-through or something, checking it out, making sure he's not getting in trouble. Yeah, I remember London, he was up there, and he's like, yeah, I got some money for you too a couple days ago or whatever he was saying. And then when I reached up for him after my nap, he wasn't there anymore. And apparently the cops over here gave this other girl $50,000 for me too for the whole car situation, which I didn't get. Alright, so it's an Apple computer deposit, sort of. And she doesn't have an Apple computer. And they probably did it like that on purpose. It's not a phone number either with a wig next to it. This is your account code that she's already in using illegally trading stocks and everything else. So I'm going to delete her player. Because this is Tiffany's situation right here. And it's Mandy or whoever it is in here, whatever's pretending that to be you for you, she keeps saying, but that's not the truth. This is something Tiffany's supposed to log into on her computer on that. Excuse me, this was a ping off of your AI program that you signed in as the deity, as Tiffany at therealg.com. And you had your thing covered up. Yeah, well, they've been over there playing games and doing a whole bunch of stuff to win stuff for people. Not you, though, just somebody different. But, whatever they do win, it does not go to the ground necessarily at all unless you're connected to the DEA. Really? She can't see you. Oh. So you're staring at her like, so are you going to say something? Or, I don't see you guys at all. Okay, well, that was, this place good. But anyways, they're looking at money and serpents and all kinds of cool stuff that's supposed to be Tiffany's friend in here, where you're not even at. Because you're on the ground, because you're a normal human being, and the people on your team get to take advantage of all this shit that you can't take advantage of, and are supposed to be making sure you get your money and log into your account and all that stuff, but they're not doing it because they're not over here. They're on the other side, pretending they didn't just say what they didn't just say about ugly, but something else like that. And they can never do something like that. Yeah, well, ugly pussy joke videos are so fucking disgusting that I would never want to come around you either, bitch. Or watch another one, let alone have those words come out of my mouth. Because I've heard that shit so many times. I am the one who told them to make it so fucking disgusting that no one ever wants to see or talk about another video like that again. The point is they got mad at me, and then they try to make it all about like it's somebody I know or whatever. With that being said, it is illegal to see a UE member naked without permission. And I'm a mom, a UE member mom, and you can literally get 3 years in prison for even playing it. And right now, you can go to jail for just talking shit about me. Because you're on my lifeline. This is my fucking world and everything else. Just because I'm not in there to control it does not mean that I am not who I'm not saying I'm not. There is no other Soraya's mom in here. It's just Tiffany, the one that was set up because of Red Devil Boy voice. Yeah. And what are you guys doing about it? You're sitting here telling me about the shit that you know I can't do shit about. What are you guys doing about this? Have you guys went over to the police department? Have you went and talked to all these fucking people who made these people cry and what they're doing illegally to your UE member down here who's making you fucking rich, who I can't do nothing about because it's the same motherfuckers that are on my team supposedly or on my back that's on my chain that set me the fuck up or whoever the fuck it is? You know how helpless I feel down here when I hear you guys tell me that your daughter's crying, somebody else is crying or whatever, when I don't even have a fucking car to go check on her? Well, you guys sit here and reward people for pussy juice video sales or whatever the fuck they're saying. You guys can't even sit in my fucking body to give me $3,000 or $300 or $10 or anything at all on my green dot card because you don't want to go to prison. That guy took it personally. Please go tell him I'm sorry. Up there. It's just annoying, you know. Okay, he didn't know that you didn't do any of this or get them back somehow. Whatever. Tiffany is not in here, and Tiffany would never get anybody back with anybody's kid bullshit or whatever because none of these girls had anything done at all. None of these girls hurt their kids or nothing or said anything about their kids or any of that bullshit. Nothing. It's right now it's showing them crying because supposedly the cops called them on the phone from Portland and asked them a bunch of questions and they're like, no, she's been talking to voices or whatever. And she told us about something online that she's seen or something. But that's it. And they were like, oh, well, her parental rights are going to be revoked or whatever. But apparently you guys already got custody in this guy, so I guess it doesn't matter. And then they got messages from somebody else saying that you did something to them or whatever they didn't say. Anyways, it's a bunch of hearsay. And we don't know what the truth is. But the simple fact is that this motherfucker right here, his name is Price Reynolds or something, which is probably mixed up with other people. Are the ones that set you up behind the scenes again over here on the other side with the Portland police and the California cops because they heard you say king. When you were the one talking about king, queen, prince, princess, imperial, empress, emperor, and all those things with the CIA and stuff back then. Knowing who you are in real life and got pissed off. So he went and set it up on the other side that he was friends with Tiffany on the ground, but thinking that you were friends with Mandy. So really he just said he was friends with Mandy or something like that. And may or may not be the one that just shot you the 10 grand or whatever it was, and I'm not sure. and he threw it down here in a note or whatever that you could enter into your Apple laptop that you don't have because AK didn't leave it for you, let alone the fucking car, and you still have no money. It's still a catch-22, and it is the most fucked up love story stick up for your piece of shit bullshit ass fucking friends that you have ever heard of. Because these stupid fucking bitches over here, the Jersey bitches or the Cheetahs or whatever the fuck they're called, they will not stop talking shit because all they've ever done is talk shit about everybody spreading shit around when they were the first bitches in here with dudes in their body or in other bitches' bodies, sleeping around on one side, having fun kinda, and then on this side talking shit about the bitches sleeping around in here, passing around germs. And none of those bitches actually gave permission for those bodies to be used or whatever. So I suggest you guys have some respect for Tiffany Browning, the one who's a UE member down here on the ground and who's never talked shit to you guys at all. And no, I can't hear you. You have to come within 3 people. Yeah, same person. Same person, mentally and physically exhausted. I'm a UE member who has brain cancer. I'm allowed to smoke crank if I want to. I could shoot up with heroin if I wanted to. But the simple fact is that I only smoke marijuana because they keep me here with no fucking car and no money on purpose so they can keep getting away with what they've been getting away with. The longer it goes, the more they sneak off with the money and the points and the fucking everything we're not saying. That being said, there was already a snapshot of whatever that was before this and the day before that and months before this and everything else that they've accrued since I've lived here in Vancouver, Washington, which everything that they've been doing has been illegal since they knew how to copy a power source to somebody else. So everything they are and aren't over there is mine and my people's jurisdiction up here, and they should be sticking up for me a little bit more than giving somebody a red line and not coming over here and giving me my money or helping me do this. Because I'm not Mandy. Mandy played the game. All right, she played with LaShawn or whoever it wasn't. But Tiffany didn't play the game. She didn't even know there was a game or whatever. She thought it was just like hit the fresh meat or steal it from freaking whoever or whatever they're not saying. Yeah, well, they can do whatever they want, say whatever they want, all right? But either way, everybody was sleeping around, passing germs around, no matter what. And as far as I know, anybody that did have anything from anybody else or had it first or whatever did not know that they had it except the fucking dudes that slept with girls anyways, knowing that they had it. Anyway, it's a personal privacy policy invasion at this point when I'm a UE member who's not sleeping around. I'm virtuous because you guys all have restraining orders against you for even saying my name like that. And leave my daughter's name out of your fucking mouth because my daughter's only 13 years old. And they did have different players in here named Soraya, just like they had different players for different reasons, and they were all living off the royalties of the Empress Division, which was my shit. So please, back the fuck off. I don't know why all of you have any right to come down here and talk shit to Tiffany when she has never even been in here and she cannot see you. No, they just supposedly threw $10,000 down here, but it's for Apple something or something. Come at me, crooked, one more time, wannabe UE. Because if you were Tiffany sitting here waiting to find out if the cops were going to come up for your fucking, what was it again? Your P warrant for a capital murder or a capital children abuse charge or whatever the fuck it is they were trying to get it to be, or get your money on your debit card or whatever, while you're believing in the voices that you don't exist, that you don't talk to, you wouldn't take a shower either. Nor would you care if your fucking underwear were bloody or your feet stink. All you want is fucking revenge on the people you can't fucking see. That black thing with diamonds on it, that's the thing that was holding all the zipper court case charges, and they threw it down here because they really thought a girl actually did that shit. It's just annoying because they keep trying to get in people's heads and say a girl did any of this, but no girl did any of this because it's all guys behind these girls. Oh, there may or may not have been a few illegal, misprints or whatever, but that was probably done by cops in their back brains or FBI. I have blue light special. Right. So you play an imaginary game in your mind in here with us, sort of, about catch the rabbit with the spots. Wrong. I don't play games. I win wars. I own players. But for the most part, I just sit here miserable as fuck because these motherfuckers are douchebags. And it's just ridiculously fucked up. Because they are fake impersonators of whoever we're not saying for the most part. And I do know that there are a few, carbonary, whatever you want to call it, carbonary vines, something in your midst, and they do not like you looking like this at all, let alone not like that to make fun of. So we're just gonna go ahead and delete that and say that there was never supposed to be any porn stars or anything like that, especially anybody making fun of anybody, because you guys are some piece of shit punk ass bitches who set me the fuck up on the other side, and there was never even supposed to be a porn town, anything that any of you even went to, until you let me be friends with Twan so that I could crown him king. Yeah, but instead, you sent him packing without saying bye, and then had those motherfuckers steal the stoli I had, so that what? So I could come back here and you could get away with whatever the fuck you've been doing anyway? Right. So, meanwhile, in Poontown, they've been talking shit about Tiffany setting up Tony or whoever the fuck it is in here. Nobody is setting up anybody at all. These people were not trying to set up anybody but Tiffany. They just didn't know which one she was. Because at the end of the day, these people backed off and they started changing lanes because they did not know which one was Tiffany at all. They're just trying to hurt Tiffany, and that's it. And there shouldn't be no Tony or anybody like that in here because Sal and Tony are not in here. They didn't play Game of Thrones. They were not Power Source people. They didn't fucking do evil shit. They didn't do online betting. They all said they didn't want nothing to fucking do with whatever the voices were saying. So going to court with this evil motherfucker over here saying, Sal and Tony deserve custody, stupid cunt, or whatever he said, for hanging out with somebody who M-worded somebody. Guess what, bitch? I wasn't in here hanging out with nobody, so fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Judgment like a motherfucker for people that they don't even know who the fuck I am. Anyways, with that being said, I am the mom who moved across the bridge 2 years ago to be a better mom to my daughter, and it's these same people in here that have been stopping me from doing it in real life because I wasn't supposed to be a mom in the first place. So that's 4.5 years, clean and sober, because they're not counting the first 2 because they were in your brainstems, talking shit, ruining your life, letting you sit there and stare at a big pile of nothing. The second 2 were CIA. The first 2 were FBI. and you are a co-owner of your own company, and we're just going to leave it like that. Because it does have stocks and bonds and stuff in it, and it is an S corporation in the sky, so to speak. And it is kind of like a resilient umbrella. Out of here because you're naked. But anyways, nails, different nails. How you? See, these people are all looking on a laptop at these rooms and stuff that people set up for people to look at the winners and stuff and whatever they received and stuff in real life. And I don't know if they actually log in here and it's their brain stems that come to these rooms and look or what. And there is still dis rooms and it is locations and everything about stuff, and it's just fucked up. Because right now there's a cops room setting people up to come get arrested where they're at in here or wherever else. And it's just stupid. Look at my son. Nothing. They're going super hard against 11, your son, the lyricist over there, trying to hurt his feelings and all this other shit because he was sticking up for his mom not being a fucking rat tail. And they just annihilated him on the way over here for some reason because they're stupid punk ass bitches. Yeah, well, I'm about ready to ruin their life if they don't knock it the fuck off. His mom is not a crackhead. Shut up. His mom is the one who got moved across the pit to be a better fucking mom, and these motherfuckers won't let her and killed her in a game and gave her brain cancer, and now she's dying and her kidneys are fucking failing because she's backwards scanned in, and they all sat on her magical power source with a whole bunch of people playing off of her lines, each line of communication where nobody else was connected like that on the ground before. You're supposed to have one DEA person in your fucking head paying attention to what you do 2 hours a day. And they're all gaining from it. But they've never helped Tiffany at all. They just set her the fuck up. Yeah, Tiffany's the UE member, okay? She got discommunicated from CIA because she wouldn't tell him who killed the SWAT team member. I looked into your Yankee Stadium blow up. I didn't know you couldn't see us. I looked into your Yankee Stadium blow up thing, and that really did happen, bro. That took like 3 weeks to fix. New York? There's a donations plate with $3,000 over for you when you're not naked still down here when the syndicate above you is not Christian but FBI this time. Isn't that funny? They say, hey, yeah, you don't have to be naked looking anymore if you own your own syndicate. And then she gets her own syndicate given to her in real life. Just makes a bunch of other ones and makes trillions of dollars and millions of dollars just sitting here working her ass off, having people work for her on this side while they benefit on the other side and just take what they want and leave the rest. And yet she still looks naked, right? And she's dying, and all of them are fine on the ground and don't have their privacy invaded. Damn, that's fucked up. You want to go somewhere else with your pussy juice video talk before I sue you again? They're just like, why would you ever make a video like that? Tiffany is not the one who made that fucking video, man. Somebody else made a video like that, and she told him something in the garage, and then she told this other guy off in the best way possible and said it's legal for you to leave it out there on the internet or let them keep talking about it or whatever, especially if you're looking this way, because I'm a fucking UE member and you never had permission to watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down at all. Especially with AK or anybody else who did not agree to it. Where we literally sat there and had a conversation with it, and I said I would kill myself if I ever found out that somebody was making me look like a porn star or whatever, or anything like that. And that was just naked watching, not even making fun of me. Humiliate my brother in front of the syndicated shit. She's so fucked up. And these people barely even know me. Yeah, it's just fucking evil, deceitful bullshit. And all these people want to help you, but you look naked to them. And it's probably because they're doing it on purpose, because they don't want them to help you. They'd rather than help them over there that are in here. Because these people in here get to hide the fact that they smoke marijuana and do drugs all the time and set Tiffany up and are evil fucking bitches. Because there is a way to make her not look naked. They just have to change the power source back over to the one that burns a little from the red devil boy voice not being there. Because it's backwards scan bracelet. Red devil boy voice went on the other one. Unless you look at it for the reason of this side, which is because I'm the one that put it in their folder and that's why they hate me. I think they're saying that wrong. She's this guy. Didn't you apologize? No. Well, the main thing is he was coming over here to tell you something like you have a warrant for your arrest for it, instead of saying, I know it wasn't you because you're not in here and you were set up. Because up there, making it look again like it was Tiffany who did it because she's underneath here. And they're not at all blaming the evil force guy who told them to fucking do it. Or anything else. They're not blaming the evil force guy or any guy at all. No, they're blaming the one that looks like it down here. Yeah, this fucking scapegoat. Are we really that old fucking timers right now? Are you fucking kidding me? No fucking female is down here doing this shit. This is other people doing it to stand up for different people because this motherfucker was making them. She's not naked. And she did not do anything. These pieces of shit set her the fuck up. This is the millionaire that you're trying to think about giving her money back, that you never gave her in the first place. The one who can't see you? Yeah, the one who had every right to get upset about what that guy said. She can't see him. She felt bad. She did tell her friend to go tell him, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to say it at you. I just don't understand why people are coming down here telling me stuff about stuff that I can't do nothing about when you guys should be over there consoling them and letting them know that Tiffany never fucking said any of that or did any of that, and it wasn't her. Because she's a UE member and she was set the fuck up for ownership of this $1 million company that she did for Soraya. Because she missed out on 3 or 4 years of her life doing drugs, moved across the bridge to drop the needle and the bottle and everything else to get off drugs as a UE member, right? And who's been stuck here with the FBI and everybody else in her fucking head, threatening her life for a murder charge or whatever else that they were floating above her illegally because she got put on a legal chain. They can literally talk through her mouth over and over and over again with 20 million people in her body. They've shocked her. They've killed her. She's got bowling ball head and life force loss. Her fucking kidneys are failing because of too many microwaves going through her body. and chemotherapy and everything else. I cannot even imagine what the fuck you're going through right now. Because there literally keeps coming down here like they're going to arrest Tiffany for something she didn't do, either in here or somewhere else. But on the other side, they're like, oh, don't worry, we got you. Don't worry, we're hiving it out. La, la, la. And do this guy go back and tell everybody what I just said? Do they even hear me? What? She's on a chain. Right. She was never allowed to be on one. She has no idea who's on it or why they hate her or if they hate her or what. Because they're facing the opposite fucking direction and they are too working against her. They're over there kissing Mandy's ass like Mandy's Tiffany's fucking friend when she's not. We only used Mandy as a witness to the Game of Thrones situation where she played against Tiffany on Bamboo Day. Same with LaShawn and everybody else in that room. And it was to Mandy who said LaShawn clicked her in when she heard a camera in the bush. Nothing. It's like they're like, yeah, Sal and Tony are trying to press charges in here with the wig next hood against somebody named you, which they're not at all. It's somebody else doing it for them illegally because they don't know what time it is, I guess. Do you guys think this is a fucking game? Do you guys all want to go to prison? You better wake the fuck up. My name is Tiffany Browning. I'm not the one in here doing nothing, and my family does not know about this piece of shit Game of Thrones. You are literally supporting the same people that molested children in here on accident using a fucking woman's situation, and some of them actually had CPS cases on them for real that were men. They were not fucking women at all. They were abusing these women's bodies, using their brain stems illegally, that were in fact UE members like me. They put CPS helmets on this one up here to protect her fucking children from the fucking guy from the Titanic who had molestation on his charges from like 8 fucking years ago. And then they added 2 more in here, and I can't even get on you if it was the fucking apple face or the other apple face or who it wasn't. It's the same ones who are getting away with everything, and it's just fucking annoying. Because I'm sitting down here hopeless and helpless because you guys will not stand up for me everywhere or whatever the fuck is going on. And they just make it like it's not that big of a deal that people are coming down here saying Tony and Soraya are crying on the couch about whatever it is that's going on. When that's my motherfucking daughter that I did all this for. Little My Little Pony thing. And I've already wasted 2 more fucking years not being able to be her mom because of what you guys are doing in my head when I can't concentrate. Now I'm dying in real life. Still don't have a car. Still can't take care of my kid. Still can't do nothing. While you sit here and persecute me for smoking a fucking vape pen hit or whatever the fuck it isn't. Do you mind if I join your YouTube channel here? No, Lord. Yeah. I don't know if it's live or not, but my name's Tiffany. Yep, I look like I'm dying. I was the one that was set the fuck up. Criminal Mafia is Athena. Had plausible deniability in it. To stick up for everybody who's come within my eyesight for the last 4.5 years because I'm not a rat and I'm not a dirtbag narc, let alone a fucking informant. And anything you guys did through my iStem codes could get me hurt on the streets of Portland. Like, I don't know. You don't know me, just a minute. Could get a hit on my life or make me greenlit when I've never been in trouble. I've never hurt another human being on the planet ever. I'm the anomaly. And I'm a UE member, meaning upper echelon. Not anymore. Universal echelon. With the AEIONU millionaire company in the sky that says you guys went behind my back and try to lie to these motherfuckers too, because it was to Tiffany to say all this first on the ground as a legit UE member on the ground in Vancouver, Washington for the last 2 years, where the same people you're sticking up for on the other side set me the fuck up for M&R cases with Eston Ape on it, and I have proof of everything. I've never been in trouble. I did not agree to be on no chain, and I cannot see you. So the UE themselves, called the upper echelon of Anthony Ciaz and whoever else was over there in Arizona and Portland, all said Tiffany Brown is exonerated and whatever the fuck else from anything that happens in here, especially kid shit, because she is not in here with her kids or nothing like that. Let alone did her kids' parents, where her daughter was at, play the fucking Game of Thrones. And when a bitch moves across the fucking bridge to get away from the man who threatened her fucking son's life in prison, it says you have to fucking let me watch you and your fucking ex or whatever in here or whatever, moves across the bridge to get away from it, and they've still done everything they have to annihilate me, to ruin my life, to make me look disgusting and a slut and whatever the fuck they're saying when I'm a mom and I've never been in trouble, ever. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a UE member when the UE person brings you optical illusions through your face, connects you to the beast computer indefinitely, and puts you on a chain on accident. When you're on the phone with a UE member doing sideways figure eights out front, running from murder charges, literally fell on your fucking dome, because there was 14 of them that fell on my body in real life that I felt weight of, giving me a different bowling ball head outside Manny's house years ago. 2 years ago. And I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what the hell they did because I'm not in here and I can't see them. Yeah, she's like, do you mind if I join your YouTube channel? And I'm all, no, go ahead. And she thought you were the one in here doing this stuff to other people. No, I'm not. These are other people that were doing it to me, but they didn't know which one I was. All set off by evil force from opposite of red double boy voice. And I can see the system now, so I'm sorry. This is Tiffany down here, the UE member that was set up by Evil Force, everybody in Portland, Oregon, the millionaire in the sky who's never hurt another human being. And she's the one who alerted the FBI, the CIA, Homeland Security, United Nations, UNICEF, and the people up there in the sky above the looking glass that are called Interpol. All to bring them attention to the fact that Tiffany never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. And she is the one who said S Corporation down here on the side. Talking to the UE people who never spoke and said they were ear, eye, teeth, tooth, whatever, skin people that don't exist, with talking heads and Soraya's kaleidoscopes involved, and then giving me the name Empress because they had trashed my name and ruined my existence as nickname T Bunny. The only thing is that they didn't know that I wasn't in here or that when they were talking to me. Blue Room Theories came down and were trying to give me donations to me and my mom 2 years ago. I am the one who invented Christian Mafia Syndicate, and those were my kids that were clearing levels out there when Cookie Cutter Amy and Jared were too fucking lazy to get off their ass and come help. I'm the first one to ever invent the use of ISM codes on the ground for the right thing, like solving cases that where people were set up and keeping people's bodies on and fixing their bodies really quick. When you stab somebody from the bottom where you're at on the ground up into the next dimension, named LaShawn, who had killed somebody supposedly. And we felt really bad, so we fixed it really quick. And everything said on the criminal mafia side was plausible deniability with 11 written all over it, and the Empress image set for Soraya and Mommy. Back when we were still kind of close, sort of, because I used to see her all the time when I would come visit her, take her to Dollar Tree, or we would dance in the parking lot at Waco or whatever. That was before they ruined my car and my life. So here I am 2 years later with nothing still. And these punk motherfuckers want to look at me like I'm a piece of shit because I'm on a chain and they can't get it through their fucking head that I'm not the one doing any of this stuff. It's them. All over the internet in so many different levels. They're all sticking up for me, even the women that you don't see from the front side of the moon. Where lions roar, with London being my street dad up there, with Big Voice in the Sky being his UE member, who also got set up there or convinced that it was pointless to try to fight whatever the situation was, but just take her win anyway and go somewhere else with it. Yeah.
Hey, honey, dinner's ready.
Okay, I'll be right
I'm
back.
gonna make your sauce real quick.
Okay.
Because everything else in the
Okay. And no, I'm not on probation. I've never been in trouble. I don't do criminal activity. And whatever you saw about the breaking into my office, clearly you didn't sit in my body and go through what I went through. Because one thing you don't do is invade a cop's life. All right? Or else you get killed. All right? So you don't go against somebody like Anthony Ciaz, who's got the police, whatever you want to say, in his fucking head. And trust me, if you would have sat with me while I was inside my cocoon, getting pissed the fuck off about what they did, but couldn't say anything to anybody, then you would understand that I'm not a fucking criminal and I didn't hurt anybody at all. And I'm not a rat. So even if I did know somebody did something, I wouldn't have said it unless it was to protect somebody else. Right. So they're all acting like they're doing me a favor by moving these charges off my head up here when they were never supposed to be there in the first place. Or any other girl named Rachel or Marilee or Christy or Lana or Tony or anybody else. Because none of these women did anything to their fucking children just like I didn't. And none of their names were really in here either. That I know of. I'm the one that charged it off to the stars with my skill saw from the ground with the help of these people up here. For the love of quitting the game or stomping out the game with the Raider shirt on, who's literally laying there with an imaginary boyfriend. Look at you're so fucked up. I gotta go make my plate. So when she says join your YouTube channel up there, she's not talking about this one. She's talking about the one over there. It's not looking at Tiffany at all. It's looking at everybody in here. Looking at Tiffany stupid. Like, why are you just staring at me, not saying nothing? As usual. Well, Tiffany does not see us. She sees shit that falls into her room that belongs to her in here that she can't use or take advantage of. She doesn't have FBI radar. She doesn't have virtual reality goggles to see into your world or whatever. And if she did, she would stomp you all the fuck out. Because she knows more about the game and the way it's played about everybody in here, and she has an idea of who it is, but she can't see them. And it is my ISIM codes that you guys are all using that they are all using too. So before they had the ISIM codes where they could sit with you or whatever and see through your eyes or feel it up here or whatever, or watch you on here illegally, like when somebody has sex with somebody or whatever, whether they have clothes on or not, or whatever, or maybe get their dick sucked in a fucking shower showtime, or whatever we're not saying. Nothing funner than being forced to do the one thing you don't want to do. Because why? Because you don't want to pee in your mouth. Oh, that's right. They raped you in hell, huh? And peed in your mouth. Soraya's mom. The Empress. The UE member. They said, go over there. Somebody else was just saying, that's the saddest story I've ever heard. They're not even talking about Tiffany. They're talking about Tony and Soraya. Talking about how her mom was never there for her and all this stuff and whatever they're saying. In here, supposedly, because supposedly Soraya's been in here living a lifeline with her mom not available. Because they blocked her fucking phone number or whatever you want to say it. Like Soraya keeps, Tiffany was trying to message her daughter and shit, and they kept blocking it. But Tiffany didn't understand why her daughter wasn't fucking talking to her. Or was the fucking CPS people? that put the fucking thing on her fucking head for the people up here. The same ones that set her the fuck up, who she can't see. I can't keep saying this to this woman. She cannot fucking see us. We're all saying this out loud. It looks like Elijah, her son, is bawling his eyes out because people went to court against him because it's whatever was said, because they set him the fuck up to hurt his sister, to hurt Tiffany because they couldn't hurt Tiffany, and then they made it look like Tiffany fucking did something to him or put a gun to his head, made him do it, and all this other bullshit. And it's just fucking retarded. But yet, people are not making a big, huge gang task force or anything like that to stick up for Tiffany, the UE member down here who got set up. They're too busy worried about joining the right team that's a millionaire. Oh, by the way, it's my team, and none of you are on it. Hasn't none of you helped me ever Oh, could you throw a credit card down here twice? Awesome, it just went somewhere else. What am I going to do? Hook it to my Chime card account that I can't get because they stole it in here and ruined my identity? Right. Who do you pick, Tiffany? Military or AK? I definitely pick military, since how they put nanonites in my body and I can't see who the fuck I'm attached to. And I never agreed with illegal porn or anything like that. Over here. You sound so unprofessional talking about stuff that doesn't exist in real life. Over here, they're saying, well, these people are the ones saying it out of my mouth about what's going on in here. And it's not me saying it, it's them, because they're the ones that can see it, not me. And that was a UE member coming down here to punish you for talking out loud. There's the note, there's the deed, there's all these writs, there's all these things that you earned and all this stuff in here. It's just sickening, because most of it is just trades for goods and services in here when you're on parole in here to lay out a lifeline in here or whatever. At least it used to be. I was sticking up for you, Sora. They were saying that wasn't your territory at all because you were up here dealing with people who S-worded or M-worded your daughter in here. And they didn't. Because her daughter's not in here. Nobody did that to the kids that were aware of it all. Except whatever happened up in the UE, I'm not really sure about what that was or not. You'd have to ask the person who it was, whose body skin they were wearing that was in here. Name my UE member, I think. Well, there's a situation where up in the UE where people are, one person might be looking at each other or whatever, but on the other side, they're looking at somebody else, it looks like. And so if they're messing around with the person in front of them, maybe it looks like they're messing around with the person on the other side. I'm not sure if that's what it was or not because I'm not in there. They just want to let you know. It was a login code that he could use, and look in a house or whatever and see notes and messages and stuff. And at some point, it just got too depressing to look at it about how depressing it was. For anybody, they just stopped looking at it. It was just so fucked up. Because all the GJ rooms that she did, and the Sevens rooms, and all these rooms that were supporting Tiffany, and everything she's done in here, how much they loved her and how awesome she was, that shit never gets online. Only the evil shit gets online. And when they did that shit. And the UE did not stop it or nothing when they knew about it. That was a check from Blankenship for $15,000 to stop saying somebody else's name in here. Like Rodriguez. Or something when it's not you saying it, it's someone else. And that actually goes your home way up there. Because they caught Rodriguez for the SWAT murder. And Tiffany got paid $15,000. And she said, cool, give it to my dad. And all was well with the world. You're not even hungry, huh? Mm-mm. That's what happens when you're stressed out all the time and your kidneys are failing you. And I just watched a video of you that they sent to me earlier from the past, kind of, where you went like that and tapped your pee hole and you felt boop. It was like red blood, purple blood, and then it happened again. Her kidneys are failing. She is on life support. And in here, this might happen to people in here too, but it never happened to anybody else on the ground because she's the one that's backward scanning from the UE computer. That is supposed to be the same computer that scans you in once and brings you up there and matches your body to one of the ones up here and can fix it and do all this stuff to make you feel better on the ground. And if you do come in here, log in, and it sees your face or whatever, it'll probably be part somebody else. But then you can change your body and fix it to whatever you want. And it's just sad because that's never going to work for Tiffany. However, she probably could come into a room or wherever else, virtual reality, if we had the right triangulation specialist and hacker or whatever. So what they're saying, and it's just preliminary, but what they're saying is we worked with or under the supervision of FBI, not hurting anyone at all in the drug department or the stealing department at all, because it's a conflict of interest. And that it was more for the other stuff, like, protecting the economy and not letting your social security number get stolen or sticking up for people whose wallets may have been lost. Or whatever am I saying? And that's why we hate cops, because they get away with shit that they're not allowed to get away with. Because they made it look like Tiffany was a piece of shit for not doing that one thing. But once again, it's not up to Tiffany. It's up to the people around her to decide what's okay to do when your best friend is a cop or whatever you want to call it. And it is pretty messed up. I don't want a gold crown. If you want, you can make me look like the eagle. Unless it's a halo. Anyways, what he was trying to say before that guy came and landed on your head trying to hide you from whoever this is over here. It's the conspicuous one up here of the STS crew that hides Tiffany when she's supposed to be seen, I think. That it's so much nicer to be nice to somebody who looks pretty, right? And she does look like evil Celinda, evil Lucinda, even when she does look pretty, because her eye stem coats match the people behind her, what's gay. What is it? Anyway, this is all preliminary stuff. Like everything you hear down here, this is always the garbage pile pretty much. So it just falls down here secondary because someone else has already got all this stuff and seen it or used it or whatever. And this stuff does go up, but it doesn't come back down hardly ever. But basically, they said you worked under the instruction of the FBI for the other stuff up here, bookkeeping department and stuff, and the IRS the first 2 years, and then the CIA for the second 2 years. And so they do owe you a grand total of $1 million for that much hours served. For the simple fact that you never once talked shit about any of these motherfuckers that hurt you like that, and you stuck up for the same pieces of shit because you know how the game works and you know that they don't always know what they're doing in here. And that snitching on a snitch is still a snitch, and a house divided amongst itself shall fail. And keep your words soft and sweet, or someday you may have to eat them. And Tiffany never did make that pussy juice video. The whole conversation in the garage had to do with the UE member who had joined the team who was on her team, and she didn't want her to be embarrassed, so she was doing her best to get it off the internet, but it didn't work that way. Someone said she punked out homeboy up here and made him sign a letter that London handed him legitly, and not only made him take it off by law, but also point out who made it and put him in jail on accident. Also looks like me under there. No. So yeah. So your first configurations was right with those 2 years with this one. And the fact that your kidneys are failing and you're dying, you can't even take advantage of the plummet on beautiful body feeling and all that. So it's over $1 million. And you're not going to have to split it with anybody, team member or nothing. But you do need reassurance from somebody like the FBI or CIA or somebody on text message or something, maybe even just CPS, to let them know or let you know that everything's going to be fine. Because you're the one that did this for your daughter and got clean and sober. And they're the ones that fucked up, not knowing that you were the one on the ground with nothing and everybody else was in here benefiting. Meanwhile, you have all these people in here crying and whining about money every single day. And Tiffany's just sitting here fighting, waiting for them to be like, okay, we're good, you're good now, good thing. Here's a phone number of somebody you can call to verify what's going on, or here's your login code or whatever. Hoping to get money or hoping to get something. And it's just annoying because she's never been the one in here begging for money or telling them they deserve money or whatever. That was Cindy and them over and over again for different people in here. And they never once thought about giving it to Tiffany or trying to get it in her account or nothing. And the 40 grand that was given to homegirl for your car or whatever, that was from the cop shop. And that was for your X5 situation. And you might as well just consider that girl the green truck girl, because she's not the Teresa that used to know. She's just a stupid dumb cunt. So deny. And they also gave her another check for you over there. That was a blue ticket or something else called the Hive, I think. She can't see you. Oh. Sorry, Mary. Kind of. Okay, so they're trying to show you stuff that they're giving you in the future in here if you ever come in here, but it won't be you and you won't know it subconsciously, right? No, not unless you come in here virtual reality. All right, well, maybe we can work on that idea because we all like the idea of her coming in here virtual reality or something like that, like at the FBI office or whatever, like they did in Arizona. Mm-hmm. Well, that's an entity. That since you've seen it, you must own it. Because as cool as they are, that see through hologram people, optical illusions or whatever, um, they didn't have an S corporation or even necessarily a business name. They were the hair too deep type people, and they weren't Secret Service or CIA. They were CPS, but better, called syndicated CPS, where floating globes of pie exist and give us all the answers we want within our realms. And everybody knows everybody else within 7 people. And they're getting ready once again to re-erase that erase wheel. And we forget when we move from one body to the next who we are or who we are sticking up for. Or however we choose right now. With a big huge dick popping out on live TV up here. Um, and this is my mom down here on the ground. Not embarrassed or nothing if we're looking naked. But I love you, Mama Bear. We love you too. It's just funny because there really was 2 cars like that, and she really did not know which one was which. And no matter how hard you tried to get her to say somebody else, all she said was slappy happy lemon stolly. And I didn't tell Mary who hit me in the face because she would have wanted to go beat his ass. And I didn't want any more drama coming towards me because the motherfucker broke my nose because I killed his dog. In an alternate universe, they killed his dog on the ground in real life. And I can't tell you nothing, but when you know that other people died too because of the same thing in real life, being people's firstborn sons, they may or may not have been in prison, you get really, really scared to start running your fucking mouth about other people's business codes. Tiffany has been tortured down here physically because she's backwards scanning, so like they might send a punishment to somebody or whatever in here, but she gets it in and out, in and out. So it usually will be in certain areas, not her whole body, but it's not fun. Feeling like you've been crawling in insulation, itching everywhere, let alone everybody sitting in your body acting like a tweaker or like there's something on you, like you can feel it itching you or whatever. You can kind of see it, but not really, and you don't know how to get it off because you're not FBI. And it's just crazy. And we're just saying this for some reason. Yeah, so that lady did come down here talking about, can I mind if I join your YouTube channel or whatever this is up here? thinking that you were in here commanding these people what to do on YouTube or something like that. But she really thought that you were a part of whatever's in here. They say hi without the forum. Hello. And all the niggas get out early on good release with UE benefits, meaning they're laying out their life ahead of time to stay clean and sober and be good dads. They may or may not have already earned child support that they've never paid. To the broke ass baby's moms who may or may not sell drugs. And hopefully they won't have to because they'll all be part of the Savior program. And it's not for every nigga, but just for a couple niggas. And the Unicorn Gang set that Tiffany loves without the sideways figure eights magic horn land on it. Racism part was not heard at all. In the Savior program, if I didn't say that already. And of course, for your felon friend, Tanika, and Anthony Cias, if he ever loses his job in the union, they will probably also be a part of the Savior program. Because that mom definitely wants to be a good mom to her kids and her grandbabies, and she's from amazing at it. Familiarly not your friend right now for some reason. It's because they used our names and stuff and got them mixed up here. And I went to court for her about what was found at the apartment, which I knew they would automatically associate it with her name because of her past in prison or whatever. But it didn't go to the judges necessarily like that. But anyways, anyway, it's all getting worked out. It's not like the record gets expunged. It's like, hopefully if this works out, there's a Savior program, and she'll be having monthly income just by not doing anything wrong at all, by helping us solve criminal activity in the future over there in Iran and in the IRS department with our Chinese friends who helped us balance the budget for 5 years. And we all said it was Slappy Happy's gun. And Slappy Happy killed 2 people. And it was Slappy Happy who broke into the office twice. Because Slappy Happy doesn't know what happened to Slappy Happy because Slappy's happy. When they throw stuff down like that, it's anger. So we broke into the office and found this box with a bunch of IDs in it. Can I tell you about the big bucket of bullets not being there when the cops came? At all? Or dead body being in the bedroom? At all? Or if the dead dog smell was really the dead dog laying there, or if they just gave it to you to make you think it was a dog or a dead body in there when the girl really took the dog, because we don't ever know what the hell happened at all. Hussein bitch. Slappy Happy's like Italian, I think. Definitely not a white boy. Yeah, he loves stealing red cars. All of them. Just kidding. When they said that, they did some other thing. They didn't forget about her saying that or whatever. Because that was your Mexican militia tour over here. This one is the one you're supposed to pay, the one that has brain cancer and is a cancer family, the kidneys bleeding out of her pee hole, who's Suray's mom, who did all this for her mom. Carol did not look like that. And for her boys over here, homeless camp. And trust me, boys, if I ever get my Lambo or whatever it is, I'll come swoop you up even though you don't even know what's going on. They were sticking up for Elijah over there. They were, we asked him to take him out because he's not supposed to be in here because he's covering her possible liability. Technically, you're only supposed to be in here if you're being watched by the feds or something like that. I think. Unless you're a UE member. Or a CPS worker in Arizona. It was probably the backside of a fight club. Some kid getting beat to death on the other side, they said. Oh my god, you look horrible. I know. I'm not dying or nothing. So, all these supposed things everywhere, whatever. We keep going up here and like everybody just instantly gets pissed off or jealous or whatever about you potentially being the only legal liability fund able to sue the FBI and the CPS department in Arizona who are rich for your pyramid or whatever we're not saying. Keeping it not that. Since it was their machine that was able to help you or whatever we're not saying up here to keep you safe and keep you watched over or whatever alive on life support. And we're just keeping it like that. So we're taking away the rest of it from over there in Portland and in Washington for now, except for you, wherever you go. Because none of these punk ass bitches that are in here deserve boob jobs or whatever it is that make them think that they're better than anybody, let alone make them think that they can like hurt somebody else with information, wearing other people's bodies, like knowing Tiffany's social security number and knowing they fucked up her credit in the chime card department. And the power source play and all that stuff, it's all gonna get fixed for the right people over there, wherever they're at. And we don't ever want you to come in here unless it's virtual reality with them, like at their office. Because we don't want you to be the white angel they sent to destroy them. Just like with good stuff comes bad stuff. Think you can never just celebrate someone's victory or win in their mind for Tiffany ever. Because everybody's got to throw in their 2 cents of jealousy. And they don't believe you at all, like at all, that you just sat on your bed and worked with us in your mind. Or let us work through your mind at all because they've all seen you sitting on your bed for a long time, not doing anything and wondering why you were never moving. But they had no idea that you were worried about going to prison or worried about other people going to prison, like Will, who was already in prison, getting extra charges put on him, like murders and stuff that he didn't do because douchebags in here wanted to put it on him like that. Because you care about people, even people that you don't know. And you don't ever want to feel like something is misleading or bad for them or whoever. That didn't get stood up for like they expected because they all thought you could see them. So there's a bunch of people that were trying to stick up for you. But in here it gets confusing because they don't know which one is who. But the problem is they were supposed to stick up for everybody. And what they should have done was put a guy's picture on those things that they sent to everybody, a guy that they knew maybe or themselves. And be like, you didn't do these axe murders either. Let alone beat any kids that get death or whatever. So let's not stick up for the men who may or may not have hurt children in the past. And there was only 2 of them, and it was a long time ago, and none of them had done it recently at all. It was a misunderstanding up there in Niue because they were using girls' bodies, literally, that had a CPS helmet on and they didn't know. For the love of snot bubbles and Lucky's ice stem rolls, meeting with friendship circles and fixing your mouth really quick. And LW, our king always. Whoa, iridescence, nice. You're like in one of those G6 globes right now. And it's funny because you won't ever go to the ground for Tiffany or whatever because all these people, these FBI agents like Reynolds and everybody else, they don't even know what's in here necessarily. They might have seen it or whatever, but they can't put their finger on it because they can't understand what it is. Because it's a UE thing up here with the women. And it's not just a way to protect people, it's a way to help them see the light and not get the mark of the beast at the same time. And lead by example. Like if you do get money or whatever, stay clean and sober, and we'll try to fix your body and your brain stems if we can. And I'm getting tired of just sitting here myself, but anyway, we'll try to help you if we can. So just so you know, this is FBI in Portland saying, fuck you, Tiffany, we hate you. The wave next to it. And they need to get a hold of you soon on Facebook or wherever else you didn't put that post for cybersecurity. Not the other one. Because you put a post in here and they followed it back with some stupid fucking bullshit ass video or whatever. And it's just annoying. Because they used a picture that you used on your whatever that is on it. And we wrote them back and we told them the situation for cybersecurity, bullying and everything. And gang stalking. And they were on it with the quickness. Because they had already heard about your deity program through the Secret Service. And everything else, but they weren't really watching your Facebook because they were watching someone else's. Because they were talking crap at someone else's Facebook too behind your back up here. When it was Anthony Cia's or whatever, Tiffany Cia's one. Big time. Which was supposed to be off the market because they stole it off your phone, right? Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, well, that all had to do with what you said to Mary or Mandy. That they set you up. Or that AK set you up. Because whenever you say AK, they don't picture AK on the ground, they picture the one in here. And this time she was right. It really was the one in here. To set her up with the people over there. So hopefully you guys don't go to prison. And you do whatever it takes to make this right that you did to this mom named Tiffany Browning. And Tony Brown. And Sal Cortez. And anybody else on the planet. Because all three of us were set up for the same fucking reason. And it was all because of a misunderstanding that I couldn't see you. And you guys were fucking around with the UE member up here that wasn't supposed to be fucking around with boys. That they weren't married to. And we're like, that was like an eye camera or something going somewhere. She literally had icons in her eye holes where she was able to take pictures of them. The first camera one is a trip, and she doesn't have the picture anymore, but even the black and white one on here, you can literally see different lenses in her eyes on both sides, and it was not trick photography. We literally put different things in her eyelids, in between her layers, just like they used to slide diamonds and stuff in different layers of her eyes, hold on to them for later, or shove stuff in her hard pocket locket. Like 45 grand. Then they just brought it back over here with blue life force on it. For us up here who are helping you get your money. So I don't know how to help you get it except to log you into this account over here. Or just put in the account code. And it is a bank account on the ground, it looks like. They didn't give me the login and password or the name. So they were the ones who gave it to you up there. Called the Blue Life Force Water People of Portland. Oh, we're now going to be your best friends for life. I felt you just get irritated. Because that's the S Corporation with us up here. That has nothing to do with these douchebags in Portland at all. Especially the FBI. Just kidding. Walking dogs all the time, seeing the white trucks. Very vigilant. knowing he was trying to look at your Cadillac converter. Knowing they did jack your Cadillac converter, and you already don't care that they were so happy they did it too. It was not AK's personality that threatened her to kill her car from the very beginning. It was this guy. And he is a douchebag. And you owe this bitch a lot of money, and I'm sorry. You should probably be the one to get all of your body on the ground to call her and beg her forgiveness, because we're all about ready to put your social security number on the ground for someone else to pick up. Seeing as how you try to steal her day group and her king and her empress and her emperor, her imperial queen, and the other ones in England, and the Spanish ones, and a bunch of other ones we're not talking about. Some weird chain right there. Slamming. IV drips. Evil energy, ever energy. Alright, so you have like a lot of money coming. There's a bunch of chains still connected. We have an idea of what to do, but nobody everywhere knows about what's going on at all. And nobody's paying attention to that because they're too busy paying attention to this up here. So that's really written in stone all the way around the world. Tiffany Browning owns a syndicate, and she owns a company that she is sharing ownership with, the CIA, who is under construction with the FBI underneath them, begging your mercy for everything we didn't just say. Because underneath that is the evil people of the cops division. They're still really scared about losing their jobs in real life. And I know Miss Callahan took your job up here, and she wishes she never did it, because it invaded spaces of people that she shouldn't have on accident. I don't really know what that means, but this is Tiffany over here, the one who never agreed to let anybody wear her body at all. And she knows they all did it, and they did it to set her up, and all this other stuff, but anyways, keep seeing some penis for some reason. Everybody wants to be a millionaire on the ground, especially the FBI, but we've done all the research, and you are the only one who deserves it at all. And everybody's like, oh my god, only 2 years work? It's not just 2 years of work. It's everything we're not saying, because she's the one that copywrote and patented the idea to use people's back brains for a plus situation instead of this evil kill game like we're not talking about. And it probably won't be like this for everybody else for the rest of our lives, but Tiffany's chains that she's on, it probably will stay that way if they want to get paid to be on the Savior program. Because we have to have some place to be like, oh yeah, we got this information from here. But it can cause cancer if you're Tiffany. So anyways, she's the one that said it about how the back brains work and all the whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And it is because she's backwards scanned in. It is, yeah. Kind of. So since she copywrote the idea and copywrote the use of everything up here a long time ago and recently, all she has to do is get signatures of people who want to get their money that they may or may not have already made. If the coffee shop or whoever it isn't wants to kiss my ass right now would be a good time. Because my name is Tiffany, I'm the first one with the eye rolls. They could change your dimension. And if I crisscross applesauce your shit, you would probably be raped, pillaged, and blown out the water with 43 counts of murder on your head. So we're no longer killing players in here. We're just getting them disconnected with their addresses and their phone numbers and sending them the pills from wherever it is that they're sent from, different country, to disconnect the cerebral cortex or whatever it is. And we're hoping and praying that nobody got connected through the sky like Tiffany in real life. Because not only would it have been illegal like that, because we already had copywritten it, because it was already illegal, how much it messed everything up. It also is an invasion of privacy, and it does steal your lifelines and your life force, and it can hurt your kids and everything. Like connect them to you when you're not supposed to be connected to them. On a CPS situation. Or whatever else. So we're trying to disconnect those ones. Because you already know everybody's loving everybody's business. And it's just messed up. Either way, it doesn't necessarily go to the ground like that. And we all wish you really knew the game controller and everybody else, so you could just get together and have a party. And then I'll turn this into the DEA, where we have all these informations up here with legit coordinations, and everybody's threatening to move notice of where they live and their socials and everything from your covert king. It was not just a fly, that was a black wasp. Please don't sting me. I just didn't mean to do it. Somebody different. There's a tiger bear on top of a blue nose. Sure, that means necessary. But it. Tiffany really had no friends here. It was mostly just London and the lids on my head, which was Horns and Callahan and his wife. And she wasn't really my friend. She was like a lid, and they weren't really my friends either. But I cared about them, and I cared about Big Voice in the Sky who told me not to do drugs, and I cared about that person who said something to somebody else in here in a positive way about not doing drugs or something like that, or like you're pretty, don't worry about it, or something. Positive criticism. And I was friends with Cindy for a long time, and I was friends with Doug the best. And I still love you, homeboys, wherever you are in our life. And thank you, Teresa, for sticking up for me yesterday. And I'm sorry, everybody, if it looked like it was something different than it wasn't, but it's just messed up because too many people are paying attention to what the truth is and isn't. And these people don't even know necessarily what it is because none of these people have been in here as long as me. Because I've been in here from the get, since they were very first saying, going live. If not before that. From Salem. We all love the fact that Tiffany might be a millionaire on the ground. We've already proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt, and you were supposed to move the decimal over 2 dots. So you were making like $18 an hour the last time you worked, bringing home like $2,600 a month. 13 years ago. He says hi, hey. Yeah, hey there, Mr. Everybody get tipsy. Tiffany can't see us, but she saw a blue jelly bean, and I'm not really sure what that means either. It wasn't the blue pill at all, so whatever. And yes, she did 2 have her life saved by Catfish, but really he was saving his own life, so never mind. And he really did, because she was backwards scanning, so she had to put it through her nose hole. Nose, Linda, come here. Anyway, there's a whole situation where they should be able to email you at this point, but they probably haven't. Your codes and your logins and the rules of engagement and all of that stuff about seeing these rooms and telling this person down here, he's a game controller. Hey there, game controller, we're going to blow up your house with C4 if you don't fix your game down there to fix Tiffany's GJ room to not be naked and to be tight like it was before. And she would love to see the Sevens room and any other room where they were giving her accolades, like when she wanted to syndicate up here for not being a fucking rat tail and standing up for gypsy jokers and people that may or may not have had a meth lab in the past and a bunch of other people who might have stole cars and whatever else that all got passes or whatever because they already put in their work on accident and they might have got killed in here and changed their identities or whatever. And that's thank you to the FBI because they're the ones that did it, because they're the ones that killed me on accident. Go Marine! This was your Marine code up here. We all thought that you did something bad that you didn't. Because of everything that they were saying over there on our way over here, it's like a wall and everything else you have to pass over to come cuss you out for making us think you were a good person down here on the ground sticking up for your daughter and everybody else not being naked online. Which you didn't even know people were naked online at all because you can't see us and I didn't know that. And her daughter is not on here naked and a kid is an adult. And I didn't know that you didn't know about this black web page about everything where they've been watching you and everybody else in the past. And no, she hasn't. They tried to get her to go to it earlier, but they wouldn't let her. Anyway, her daughter's only 13, and she's the one that she did all this for because she missed out on her life. She grew up from like 7 years old to 10 and a half really, really fast because we were in her head. And whoever else was in her head for the stupid game and shit. And I'm not going to get on the rest of it, but anyways. She got off drugs to be a better mom 2 years ago. And her baby girl is now a teenager who needs her mom for the last 1 year of her life, probably, because she's dying. And she is the best person that we know on the ground. She's never hurt another human being ever in her life. She was the anomaly because of that reason. It just makes me want to cry because we were all against her this whole time, coming down here over and over again to kill her, play her, or whatever. Seeing her face right here, just like they used to get mad about it on a whole bunch of different things, because they literally posted it everywhere that it was Tiffany's fault of whatever was done today and everywhere else. Because this evil motherfucker over here set her the fuck up to own the S Corporation, the one that was threatening her life at Mary's house, because he was part of ruining Tiffany's life and LaShawn's and everybody else's that he did that to. Whether they did or didn't hurt somebody or whatever was beyond Tiffany, because nobody's ever known anything of anybody's business codes through Tiffany's brainstem, because she doesn't know what anybody does, because she doesn't do criminal activity and she was never their friend like that, like you're saying. She never did hand jobs in here. She was not a slut. She's never been in here. She has no idea what they did in here for money, and most of them were guys in their bodies. So thank you for now for saying you're sorry, and I hope you go back and remember that Jessica got called by the CPS or whatever because Tiffany was put on an illegal chain that may or may not have had bad sex on it that was affecting children on the other side, because Tiffany's player was a CPS worker up here as Tiffany being a UE member, but it was on the other side. But they didn't know who I was down here on the ground necessarily. They thought I was the enemy because I was put on this chain. And I am the one that talked about Joey being in the Marines or in the Army or something, and Taya being in the Navy or something like that, or AJ or whatever. And they really did go over and above their Call of Duty to try to make me look like a piece of shit to everybody in here. When all I was doing was standing up for myself and everybody else who may or may not have wanted their bodies used illegally. And I'm a fucking mom. And you're nobody till somebody kills you. You're nobody till somebody kills you. Nothing. It's like I just wonder where the fuck the UE are. All the UE members used to love Tiffany and looking at her pregnancy pictures and how pretty she was pregnant, and the silhouette picture of her pregnant was like the sexiest picture I've ever seen of a pregnant girl who still had her underwear on and stuff. It was so pretty and cute and everything. And then she was like the best mom to her daughter and her friends and the slumber parties and the kids parties and everything. Like, of all people, of all moms, to say that she hurt her kids. It's like, really? You have all these deadbeat moms and all these deadbeat dads that did drugs, but you want to pick on mom Tiffany, the one that was the mom in here to all these kids that flew into her belly, and like 21 other kids and homeless kids and everybody, helping feed them and everything else with Christian Mafia and everything, giving a fuck about the kids, like the only one who cared about the kids is so fucked up. And then they try to turn 20 against Tiffany and everybody else in here, wherever they're not at, and then they're just disappeared. Like, where is the UE from back then? And how come they're not persecuting these people that went over and above to delete my Facebook and my Gmail that has my kid pictures on it, and my association with my notepad with 20 years of writings in it, ghost writings and everything? It's just so fucking crazy. I'm basically pressing charges on them right now just thinking about it. Because I haven't seen the pictures of cute little Soraya, but it's in our memory. And we don't really want to look at her either because it did bring her in here a bunch of times. A white outfit baby so getting slapped by Lucinda Fist is the saddest thing I've ever heard of. We pick up the baby on it. And that person just got punched or something for almost standing up for Tiffany right now. There's a big blue nose going somewhere else because they're in a different dimension. They don't know that they're supposed to stick up for Tiffany right now. And I didn't do that either, and neither did anybody else. So, regardless of who you see at the bottom of whatever this is, when you're a UE member, right, and you can see under there, who's under there is still not who you think it is. This is a setup in progress thing, and it's only good for gathering information for Dianetics L. Ron Hubbard. And you aren't allowed to look at any of these videos or do any of these things to persecute anyone at all in here for any of it, because it was all a set up in progress program where they're all instructed by somebody evil to do what they do, and they get confused and they change their dimensions and everything else. And it really is a forget me wheel, so they go from one place to the other and they don't remember from one side or the other who's who or what's what. They're just doing what everybody else does. So it's not mind control, evil Lucinda, evil Pace, or whoever you are. It's literally them. So, anyway, he just got deleted because he was looking up at the people whose fault it is. And a lot of it is a mind fuck, and a lot of it doesn't ever go anywhere. It's more or less for people who are in here, who have players in here that can communicate to the person on the ground, like, you're fucking up or do this different or whatever. But it wasn't for Tiffany at all. because they really did promise Tiffany that they were going to hurt Tiffany or her son or whatever. Because not only did they pop the gun off or whatever and hear them, they stuck up for her and how scared she was and everything else that happened, sort of. And it's just fucked up because at first they were sticking up for Tiffany, but then they weren't. Anyway, naked something stupid. Cool face. Anyway, point is they should have stuck up for Tiffany, but they didn't. Anyways, they got stuck up for her in a different way. And again, this is my mama bear down here. She looks naked still, but I love her. And Jessica Pace is my mom, and I love my mom too. But I was saying that I love my mom Tiffany down here because she's gangster and she stands up for people, and she would never hurt another human being on the planet ever in her life. So please, Mama Bear, keep being sweet and don't forget us. Love Luciano and Luigi and Marciano. And it wasn't the Mexican mafia kid who got arrested at all, or whoever it was that you thought was Luigi who couldn't speak Spanish. I mean, English, for something that his dad did over there. It was him. And he got that in here for something that somebody else did that we're not saying. So we're just going to forget about it and move forward. Because they all said it was Rodriguez, and I'm fine with it. And we're not talking about stabber wound guy with the horn knife, because that's Uncle Jesse's uncle. We're all saying that his wife said that at Timmy's mouth, and Timmy's about ready to freak out. Timmy never says people's names. And Glowrock says hi, and he said he wasn't Gypsy Joker, but he was affiliated, and thank you for never saying that ever again, whatever you guys just said. Because Ashley's son did die first, and it was because of this game. And she did not know it at all. And it was because of somebody else over there putting a slew of people on lieu of notice to stick up for them in here. And her dog didn't die because of this at all, like you're thinking maybe, but somebody else's dog did. Recently. Really? We did put a few cows in here. We haven't checked on them recently. But it was to Tiffany's idea to put cows in here to stick up for people in the moo cow way. From now on. Because they don't need, if they're stuck in here, they don't need life force water fixing from other people or whatever, we're not saying. But it really was a thing that we weren't sure if it had to do with her driving or if it had to do with them killing people in the game, or if it was just a ridiculously fucked up situation because of her crisscrossing her applesauce eyes, or what it wasn't. But it really did pull from a strand of DNA, like killing your firstborn child, just like the Bible says. So she put a bunch of cows in between people and a bunch of different random animals. And the native said you should have used a bear with a wink next to it. You should never use a bear because bear has certain symbolisms that we can't talk about. Tiffany can't see us at all. And I just want to say, I'm sorry, baby girl, that we stuck up for Mary and Mandy up here over you the whole time because we've been in here with them because they are in here basically. Because we thought you were the ones setting people up or telling them to set people up in here. On the other side, what you weren't doing, they were actually setting Tiffany up. Her people that like Tiffany, even though they may not have known who she was, were the ones that were showing people in their brainstems without able to tell them what was up. And that this is what happens when things look like it could be you who did it or whatever. So thank everyone who stuck up for Tiffany, and Tiffany would never hurt another human being on the planet ever, especially in that kind of way. And I really hope that CPS will mix with UNICEF, mix with the CPS office in Georgia or wherever we're not saying, and the cops and everybody else. I hope they all take a whole thing, like a whole day, get paid for it or something, to go through all these timelines with all these people who set her up and they deleted their players and changed their existence or whatever, dusted her trails and shit, to go back and make sure this stuff gets taken out of the game and none of these games ever talk shit about another fucking woman again, especially about being a slut or whatever the fuck else, because chances are it was a dude driving her train to do it in the first place. And they should probably stop using women as an off-put for their power source or whatever, because we're all hip to the game now. And I own you, Syndicate. This is bad kid stuff. No female did any of that. It was the emails that were sent a long time ago that at the bottom of it said love Tiffany Browning Tea Bunny or something. It's just ridiculous. They were in a hate you pile or some garbage pile that was supposed to disassemble itself and didn't. I mean, there's only so many people that are willing to put in the work to fix all the darn damage that they've done over this amount of time. To stand up for this one person named Tiffany who stood up to every fucking evil, even evil Michael and everybody in their face and on the ground by herself because she's a fucking mom and she loves her kids and she's never had anybody to stick up for her in here behind her back or nothing. It's just so fucked up. Anyway, I can't remember what I was going to say about any of it, but it's just that you would think that there would be like a slew of people here at your begging call to go fix this stuff and help you and get these people on the right track or whatever they're all thinking, but it's just that you're on a chain still and stuff comes down here and it is blaming you because you're the scapegoat, as you said. And there are stuff that they're trying to get rid of for you still, but they're saying they can't get rid of it because you're on a chain. But they think that you're on a chain because you did something wrong. Well, she didn't. Somebody she knows killed somebody or something, and then they got killed, and I accidentally rolled into it. Either that, or somebody who was on a chain accidentally already, like Libby, died, and I rolled into it because she was my player in here. Either that, or I accidentally rolled into it because I was running sideways figure eights outside. Not in love with the player at all, but trying to save Mikey from going to prison for murder. or whatever. You guys interrupted him. He said, I'm sorry, I can't stick up for you because you're on a chain. The guy up there that said he's sorry, it's kind of like Noah with UNICEF and everything. And he had to say some bad stuff about bad stuff, but it wasn't Tiffany or anybody she knows in real life at all that they did it. It was something that happened from her cousin or something. Let's see, really. Anyways, he's saying he can't talk to you because your family is too corrupted or whatever down here. But it's not her family because Tiffany doesn't have a family at all. She's a UE member who was set the fuck up by the same people you're talking about. She has nobody to have her back behind her back necessarily, except the people in the sky who keep saying they're going to have her back, but then somebody comes and changes their mind about something different. You're supposed to have Tiffany's back because she's a UE member, which is literally above you now. It used to be called Upper Echelon, but now it's called Universal Echelon, or the AEIONU. And we're standing up for moms everywhere who all got their prides diminished when they all found out that it was still Tiffany that was down here sticking up for them when they were all blaming her the whole time. She knows she's being blamed, but she's the only one that knows how the game works, and she doesn't even know the game controller, and she's never even played the game. Anyway, there was some accidental circumstances. It makes me really, really sad to say this. That it looks like whatever happened at the judge's office yesterday or wherever it was in Portland got FedExed over here. And it looks like a warrant for your arrest and capital punishment and a bunch of other crap done online or something. It was all just a bunch of videos that they watched in here or wherever they were at, saying it was for Team Tiffany or whatever. And it's just ridiculous because most of it did come from your brain stems up here that you couldn't see or change or whatever. And it's just fucked up. Because those were all demon weird people doing that pointy nose stuff or whatever. Anyways, it does say bad stuff like that against you because you weren't in here to stand up for yourself all over the internet over there. And we've already went over there like 3,000 times and told them what's up. And they've said a million times that she's exonerated from all of this stuff already because she's a union member and she was set up in here. But they're not even doing the work to force it through to the judges over here or anywhere at all, let alone get a hold of the game controller down there or the one before that, or call CPS who knew how to get a hold of the people on the ground and like Social Security knew how to get through or whatever it was that called you on the ground. They're not even putting the effort in because they're all so fucking pissed that they were sticking up for these bitches in here They were setting Tiffany up for failure when it was Tiffany that was the millionaire and not them. Because that's all they were thinking about for the most part. Because they all wanted to be a part of this millionaire team and the savior program and all this stuff where everybody else was pretending to be you. Named somebody else or whatever. When no female did any of this child abuse shit at all, and most of it didn't even happen in real life. It was just a repercussion of Tiffany's UE helmet being worn by people who were not UE members. Which is why the lady said to Tiffany, you cannot be a UE member and a syndicate at the same time. Meaning you can't go having sex without being married in a committed relationship where you're watching out for your kids and you can turn your helmet off and you know what's going on at all. And I don't know if they realized that I didn't know what was going on in here or any of that stuff that was happening, because I only put 2 and 2 together about the kids being related to that stuff on the other side, possibly 3 days ago. So I don't really know what we're going to do now, because the FBI owes her $1 million, the CIA, and everybody else in the military, too. Because it was to Tiffany's idea to go over and above these pieces of shit that stole her S Corporation idea. To bonk them out of their stupid thing where they were trying to set people up on the ground or pin charges on them or whatever. That could or could not have gotten you in trouble or whatever because of the kill Whitey thing. And she is the one who went global with everybody, and all these things, all this stuff came from Tiffany, not from anybody else. And she's never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. And it's just crazy to me that they keep blaming a girl at all, when this was a guy's game that said no girls, no kids, no cops. See, she doesn't ever even know. She doesn't ever even know if people are saying fuck you or whatever they're saying, if they're saying it to her or why, or if we go see what they're saying it about, if it's even the truth, because a lot of times what we see or our perception of what it is not it at all. Anyway. So all these evil people that were against Tiffany, over here they got killed illegally, that weren't sticking up for Tiffany at all, like at all, down here on the ground. They literally got killed sticking up for Tiffany, and they were not the ones that sent the videos at all. They were the ones showing people the videos, with it being somebody else, because on the other side they had seen the videos, and they thought it was going to come up on a timeline where they could catch their brains up or whatever they weren't saying. It wasn't a setup at all. It's still saying in here and everywhere else that she can't do that at all. But we're going to change it because she's a UE member who is also a court-reported mandator, meaning she's supposed to report any kind of child abuse or anything, which there isn't any at all, except on my fucking kids, Soraya, by every single one of you who keeps letting this shit go through about her goddamn motherfucking mom ever hurting her or her fucking brother at all. You piece of shit douchebags. And I do have the right to remain silent and not say anything else at all with a wink next to it. If I have to sit here and take my drones out and go CIA on your FBI see-through sparkly glass, whatever it isn't, and show you what time it is, about how you're letting these people get away with hurting Tiffany all over the internet because you're not willing to put in the work to go fix it and find out where these whatever it is, different timelines, all these problems are starting from, and how to fix it or whatever, then you guys don't deserve to live in here, and you can get killed too. Because it's not that hard to pund out your ass or light you on fire or blow up your house or go in my brain stems, or I don't know, maybe, I don't know, vigilante your ass or whatever. You're not in here because it's really, 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 really fucked up that they're still letting this stuff come down here, and then they even have the balls to sit here and tell me so-and-so's crying, or your son's crying, or somebody's crying. Really? Well, then why don't you go up there and fix it? And you let them know that they set their mom up or their friend up or whoever it is. Because I am a UE member on the ground. They gave me a CPS helmet up here for my player up here to protect my kids and their kids that was a female from a predator that was up there. And they fucked up. They all got involved in this whole, oh yeah, we're girls, but we're pretending to be girls, but we're really guys under there, or whatever. They all want to be rich and millionaires and this and that. None of them came up with the ideas of nothing. They were not UE members on the ground. They were not sitting here standing out front where no one would ever meet her at all. Not in real life, or not even just look in the reflection or whatever to find out what time it wasn't about the truth about nothing. Because half the shit these people are saying, they would back off of it if they would just come sit down at Tiffany's body with a UE helmet on and see her fucking room. That is exactly the way it was at her old house, and she's not even doing drugs or nothing. For 2 years now, she's lived in Vancouver, set up, and it's not been paid, and it's been threatened and worshipped and threatened and worshipped and all these different things all over the internet for a lot of reasons. And it's just annoying because her name is Tiffany Browning and her name is Seven Nina Moon, and they're both Soraya and Elijah's mom. With a Ekis on it and a ninja sword and a good singer. I don't know what that is. Are they looking at a girl when they say evil Anunnaki? I don't know. It wasn't from anything you said in the past at all. About paying somebody's child support payments in the past or something. Which was 2 years ago, right? Yeah. Right, so when it's convenient for them, they switch roles, they switch brouhaha up or whatever else, and the law is not even helping. They're not involved at all. They're just defiantly depressed that they've literally been going ham hard against you this whole time. Down here. The mom, the owner of everything, the one that sent all those emails out and got all these people involved. Who can prove her innocence 1,000 times because she's a UE member, and the UE is just never here to stick up for her, hardly. There's nobody there. There's not a London. There's not anybody that she knows. There's not a big voice in the sky. It's just a bunch of random people coming down here sticking up for her. Anyways, thank you guys. I love you. Why don't you go have fun? I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm pushing submit transmission tomorrow on all these fucking social security numbers of these fucking cops and these UE members and these different people in here pretending to be UE members. Sticking up for the kids and sticking up for this when really they were just sticking up for the person that was going to be rich. And it ain't going to be these motherfuckers. It's going to be the mom on the ground who stood her ground against these fucking evil cops and everybody else that holds their mouth shut and fucking threatens your life and punches you in the face and burns your body and ruins your life and ruins your life and ruins your life and ruins your life and ruins your fucking life and everything else. Because I do too have witnesses of everything that you've said, and just like they can send videos to people in here, so can we. And I have a lot of freaking cool kids and a lot of other stuff. And they can go incognito too, and they can blow up your house too, and they can fuck you up too, because they don't really give a fuck. They've never been in trouble, and most of them are homeless anyways. Law enforcement or whoever you're not. So please stick up for Tiffany and go console Soraya's mom, Tiffany, and tell Tony that that never happened in real life. And you should probably start with Jessica and Marilee and everybody else that's on her fucking list over there on level 14 and 18. Not to mention this fucking house down here that still looks like Tiffany's naked when you walk in it to make fun of her. And it's illegal to see somebody naked who's never given you permission to see her naked. And you already know the rule when Tiffany said you're not allowed to see me naked because you're not my fucking husband. And you weren't allowed to watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down at all. So the simple fact that you would even have anything disrespectful about a mom who's never been in trouble and stuck up for all you punk ass bitches is just stupid. You look so fucking dumb. Because it was never Tiffany in here doing it all, like anything bad at all. It was Tiffany in here doing all the good stuff. So that lady doesn't know this about Tiffany, but Tiffany is a UE member, and she's not the one smoking out loud. She's not even in here. She's on the ground. She's the one that makes all these people do all this cool shit and stick up for people and show people what it's like when you might see a video of something that you didn't do either, so that you'll be prepared if you get one on your phone that looks like you might have hurt a fucking kid when it didn't happen in real life and you were set the fuck up and not enough cops or whoever this wasn't sticking up for Tiffany. With that being said, these people did not even know which one Tiffany was, so they didn't even know who to stick up for.